Welcome, good morning, and welcome to all our colleagues around the world, in Catalonia, in Russia, in Spain, and most of all, the many colleagues and students who will turn to today's presentations in years to come. Bienvenidos a todos. And I urge you to look at the screen right now. We'll come back to it in a second, and to be sure that you know how to listen to this program today in Spanish and in English. We begin with acknowledging that the land Getty inhabits today was once known as Tovangar, the home of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. We show our respects to the Gabrielino Tongva peoples, as well as all First Peoples, past, present, and future, and honor their labor as original caretakers of this land. Getty commits to building relationships with the Gabrielino Tongva community, and we invite you to acknowledge the history of this land and to join us in caring for it. I'm Mary Miller, Director of the GRI. I've been so excited to support this work since I came to Getty 5 years ago, but the project has spanned a decade, and of course, the project itself has been ongoing for many decades and truly many centuries, as we will see today. The subject of today's gathering on the Florentine Codex, reminds us that the Florentine Codex itself has a subtitle, A General History of the Things of New Spain, just to underscore that as long as there was a geographic entity known as New Spain, California, where we are today with this project, was entirely part of it. Our GRI study of the things of New Spain is a profound meditation and now digital entry point to the indigenous past of what was, at the time of the European invasion of the Americas, the richest and most populous region of North America. So welcome to this important landmark in our work. There are many thanks to be given today and many people who will be acknowledged. I will just acknowledge two of them. First, it's so important to thank Dr. Francesca Gaiori, who is the director of the Laurentian Library in Florence. She studied codicology as an undergraduate and earned a PhD in medieval philology, Latin philology, and is a specialist in the economy of libraries as well. She entered the Ministry of Heritage in 2010 in Italy, and she has served in many important roles in her nation. And only recently did we have the pleasure to be able to acknowledge her as the director of the Laurentian Library, the Biblioteca Medicea. Thank you and welcome. I'm also very pleased to be able to welcome Fabiola Garcia Rubio, who is a historian who has studied so many aspects of the indigenous past in Mexico and the relationship to the modern Mexican educational practice and state. She has been particularly committed to the education of children, writing so many books that would help young people understand the complex past of the nation we know today as Mexico. Since June of 2019, she has served as the consul for academic cooperation at the Consulate General of Mexico in Los Angeles. I welcome our two important guests. And now I turn this program over for what will be, I think, a very exciting and important day and milestone.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Professor Miller. And first of all, sorry for my English. I try to speak it. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this significant event promoted by Getty Research Institute And let me first express my deep gratitude to our hosts for putting together such an impressive program, for the excellent organization of the event, and also for inviting me. Paraphrasing Newton, I'm literally sitting on the shoulders of many directors who preceded me since at least 2016. I like to remember Ida Giovanna Rao, who began talking about the Codex Florentinus and its digitization with GRI. She came to Los Angeles to discuss the project, which was already at the beginning a broader and more complex one, aimed at profound and widespread knowledge of this extraordinary book, which is kept in our library. I also like to remember Anna Rita Fantoni, who signed an agreement with GRI in 2019. I think I'm certainly the happiest among them, since I can finally see the results of this wonderful project and reap the fruits of such a long collaboration between Getty Research Institute and Biblioteca Medicea Laurentiana. The conservation and dissemination of documentary heritage is functional to greater understanding and dialogue between peoples, to promote peace, human rights, and dignity. This is the principles that animates UNESCO's In Memory of the World program and its register, where since 2015, the so-called Florentine Codex has also been inserted. The library firmly believes in these principles because its mission is rightly to preserve its extraordinary books, which often represent cornerstones of human civilization. According to the principles above mentioned, it is important that the library could give its contribution to maintaining the memory and knowledge of the books it keeps, supporting research projects like this one, hoping that it will be the first of a long series of collaborations. Unfortunately, I will not be able to follow the proceedings entirely here. It's evening, but I wish everyone a happy listening to the reports. Thank you for your attention.
Muy buenos días. A nombre del Consulado
Good
General.
morning. In the name of the General Consulate of Mexico in Los Angeles, I would like to thank you all for this invitation to participate in the launch of the Florentine Codex, and I'd like to share a few words of welcome. I would like to thank Dr. Mary Miller, Dr. Kim as well, Kim Richter, Alicia, and William Ramirez. I'd also like to thank the rest of the members of the team in the United States and in Mexico. In particular, I would like to thank my colleagues, historians and scientists located on both sides of the Rio Grande. I would like to mention Dr. Aguilar. 4 years ago, in 2019, I had the honor to be invited to the Symposium 1519, the arrival of the strangers. The theme of this event was the Florentine Codex, and this truly allowed me to start this process of collaboration with so many of the people involved in this initiative. We are all connected from different corners of the world for this event, and I would like to thank you all and welcome you. I would like to start off mentioning that the launch of the digital Florentine Codex is a sample of the collaboration between the United States and Mexico, the ties between institutes and researchers on both countries, as well as the authentic interest that exists in order to truly understand and analyze our history. This new multilingual version that contains audio promotes inclusion, and it also allows us to think about how we research, write, and explain the Indigenous past and the Spanish conquest. I am truly happy that this project reflects our current day situation, and we see that this is not just a collection of words and stories, but it's the history of Indigenous populations, their perceptions, their needs, their expectations, and also their fears. We have a shared past and a population of Mexican descent that reaches almost 4 million people. In Los Angeles, ironically, despite the economic and demographic weight of the Latino and Indigenous population, there is a tendency to erase and selectively forget some episodes of the past. For example, in Los Angeles school textbooks, there are very few references to the Indigenous past, the Spanish conquest of the 16th century, and the legacy of the Indigenous world in Mexico and the United States, just to mention a few. This type of amnesia has meant that students do not see themselves represented or identified with the history they are taught in their schools. It is a history that is foreign to them. In that sense, the digital version of the Florentine Codex and the Getty Research Institute contribute to the rest of the efforts to recognize and give visibility to Indigenous communities. For example, recently, we've seen that community of Indigenous people in leadership, Cielo, have created a map of homes in LA where Indigenous languages are spoken. UCLA also has an immersion program in Oaxaca so that elementary school teachers are able to learn the culture of their students. And lastly, after years of work with the authorities, the community in Oaxaca was able to establish the Oaxacan corridor on Pico Street in LA. All of these initiatives recognize our Indigenous past, as well as its legacy and permanence, both individually and in institutions in Mexico and the United States. I hope, and with this I will conclude, that this type of work and effort will provide new impetus to the knowledge of the past and to our present. It will strengthen interdisciplinary work and, above all, contribute so that knowledge is within everyone's reach. This, in turn, will foster greater public and social commitment in favor of a history that is inclusive, without discrimination, and that represents us all. Only in this way will we be able to incorporate it into our present. Thank you very much. And again, I would like to congratulate all of the members of the team. And please, I welcome you all to the presentation of Indigenous Voices in Mexico in the Digital Era.
Our next stop is Dr. Kim Richter.
Hello, and thank you everybody for being here. We're delighted. Thank you, Mary, Francesca, Fabiola, for your lovely words of welcome. And I just want to introduce us. I'm Kim, this is Alicia. I'm the lead of the Florentine Codex Initiative, and Alicia is the project manager. And we are very happy to be here today, and we want to give special thanks to William Ramirez in programming. This is, I think, his first big event, and he's done a smashing job of organizing it. We couldn't have asked for a better partner. We also want to thank all the AV techs and our Department of Public Programming, as well as the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología y Historia, Baltasar Brito, and Miguel Gasca, because they are live streaming this event from the YouTube channel. And we're so grateful for their support and partnership. We are excited to be here today after working on the Florentine Codex Initiative for the past 7 years and to launch the digital Florentine Codex, the Códice Florentino Digital, with you. This morning, we will hear from some of the team members who built this enhanced digital edition. The speakers this afternoon will talk about their digital projects that give access to other primary resources in Nahuatl and Zapotec. All these online platforms surface Indigenous voices from the past. Now, the story of the Florentine Codex takes place in Tlatelolco, the sister city of Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Mexica people and the Aztec Empire prior to the invasion of the Spaniards. Both cities are buried today below Mexico City. As seen on this map, circa 1500, they were located on an island in Lake Texcoco. Now picture this. It is 1576, more than 50 years after the surrender of the Mexicas. A Spanish Franciscan friar and a group of Nahua scholars and artists sit in the scriptorium of Mexico's first college, the Colegio de Santa Cruz in Tlatelolco. Outside the college, indigenous people were dying of one of the worst epidemics in recorded history, the Great Pestilence of 1576. The team worked tirelessly in an effort to complete the magnum opus known today as the Florentine Codex, which was ordered by decree to be sent to the King of Spain. The title of the manuscript, The General History of the Things of New Spain, allude to the intent to create an encyclopedia that would record all aspects of indigenous knowledge and customs of central Mexico, which prior to the Spanish invasion was dominated by the Aztec Empire. The motivation was also to help the missionary project of converting the Nahuas to Christianity. To Mesoamerican scholars, the Florentine Codex is perhaps the most important manuscript because of its encyclopedic content about pre-Hispanic and early colonial Mexico. It was created between 1575 and 77, though compiling the information took 3 decades. The product of a large-scale collaboration, it is the product of a large-scale collaboration between Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún and a team of indigenous Nahua grammarians, scribes, and painters. And we know the names of some of these Nahua collaborators, many of whom were trained by Sahagún at the convent. The grammarians are Antonio Valeriano, Alonso Vergano, Martín Jacobita, Pedro de San Buenaventura, and the scribes were Diego de Grado, Bonifacio Maximiliano, and Mateo Severino. And these are only the ones that are named in the Codex. The Codex was sent to Europe shortly after completion and was acquired before 1587 by the Medici family. And today, the manuscript, as you can see here in this picture, continues to be housed in the Biblioteca Medicea Laurentiana in Florence, Italy. The Florentine Codex has 12 illuminated books amounting to almost 2,500 pages. It is a bilingual manuscript with 2 columns of text, Spanish on the left, Nahuatl on the right. It is worth noting that Sahagún's Spanish translation paraphrases the Nahuatl column. So although complementary, the 2 texts are often distinct. The Codex's structure is modeled on Roman and medieval encyclopedias such as Pliny's Natural History, and addresses popular topics like medicine, rhetoric, astronomy, religion, flora and fauna, in addition to Book 12, which is a Tlatelolcan account of the Spanish invasion. So the digital Florentine Codex is an enhanced digital edition that unlocks this encyclopedic content by making the texted images searchable. You might ask, why does this content need to be unlocked? Aren't there scans available all online already? The answer is in this photo. It illustrates the challenge of working with the manuscript. You have to consult numerous publications to access the whole codex. Unless you're comfortable reading early modern Spanish and Nahuatl in 16th century handwriting. With the exception of the costly, though magnificent facsimile you see at the center, all of these publications are partial in one way or another. For example, many don't include the images contained in the manuscript, or if they do, they're decontextualized and extracted in a separate section. The Digital Florentine Codex, or DFC, brings these numerous texts pictured on my desk and the digitized codex together, making all parts accessible to scholars, students, and the public. This is an overview of the transcriptions and translations that are made available in the DFC. The previously published transcriptions and translations are canonical, routinely referenced by scholars in the field. They were path-breaking in their time because they made the text of the Florentine Codex more readily, albeit partially, available. Without these foundational publications, studies on early modern Mexico would be significantly poorer. Arthur Anderson and Charles Dibble worked on their Nahuatl transcription and Nahuatl to English translation for 30 years. Alfredo Lopez Austin and Josefina Garcia Quintana's transcription for the first time made the original text of the Codex available. Prior to that, Spanish-speaking scholars had worked with transcriptions of a copy of the Florentine Codex, not the original text. James Lockhart made a major contribution and provided significant model for us because he published the transcription of both texts in Book 12 and their English translations with images embedded into the text. The digital Florentine Codex stands on the shoulders of these great scholars. To complement these already published versions, we invited scholars to provide new translations, specifically for the DFC. Our colleague, Leon Garcia Garagarza, who's actually sitting right next to me over here, has produced an English translation of the Spanish text of the Florentine Codex for books 1 through 11, not needing to replicate Lockhart's translation of Book 12. Additionally, Berenice Alcantara and Federico Navarrete from UNAM translate the Nahuatl text of Book 12 to modern Spanish. And we also included summaries of Book 12 written in a modern variant of Nahuatl and voice recordings made by Eduardo de la Cruz Cruz, director of the Instituto de Docencia e Investigación Etnológica de Zacatecas, or EDS. Nahuatl is one of 68 indigenous languages spoken in Mexico today. With 1.5 million speakers, it is considered an endangered language. Therefore, one of EDS's main missions is language revitalization. We hope that including these modern language components in the DFC will help create a bridge to 16th century Nahuatl and facilitate access for today's Nahuatl speakers.
To make the Codex's images searchable, each image in the digital Florentine Codex was tagged with keywords in classical Nahuatl, English, and Spanish. Then Eduardo, together with Sabina Cruz from EBS, provided contemporary Nahuatl translations. We are also making bilingual terms available via the Getty vocabularies, which are structured thesauri for the visual arts used in databases around the world, such as the Met's online catalog and Wikipedia. By contributing tagging data to the Getty vocabularies, we seek to give Nahuatl language terms greater global reach, as well as longevity beyond the DFC. Because the images of the Codex provide information that goes beyond the written texts, they can be considered a third narrative. To draw out the content of this third narrative, our team conducted extensive iconographic and stylistic research. In this single image from Book 8, you can see the variety of vocabulary applied, including objects, clothing and hairstyles, and actions performed by the people in the image. And you'll hear about this process in detail when Berenice presents later this morning. Inspired by Diana Magaloni, Marina Garone Gravier's pioneering research, the team identified the stylistic particularities of the Nahuatl Tlaquiloque, who painted the images and penned the texts. Even if we cannot attribute a name to these contributors, users are able to search for images and sections of text by an individual scribe or artist, thus obtaining the complete work of each contributor and gaining a better sense of their agency in creating the Codex. As you know, the Florentine Codex is a massive compendium of information, nearly 2,500 handwritten pages with just as many images, compiled into 12 books that are bound in 3 volumes. To make the digital Florentine Codex, the digitized folios of the Codex were combined with an impressive quantity of data that was created the old-fashioned way by humans by hand. We want to give you a peek under the hood at the numbers of the DFC, that is to say, the human-generated data that powers the site. The DFC aggregates nearly 200 audio files of Book 12 being read aloud, over 10,000 plain text files of translations and transcriptions, new and old, each which required careful transformation and markup by editors, Nearly 2,300 vocabulary entries thoughtfully crafted to describe images, over 15,000 multilingual terms and variant orthographies, each one debated over and translated by team members and consultants and painstakingly captured in our database, and a staggering 25,500 keywords or tags assigned to the images of the codex so that they could be searchable.
The Digital Florentine Codex is dedicated to the memory of great scholars who inspire us and upon whose work this digital edition builds. Arthur Anderson, Charles Dibble, Josefina Garcia Quintana, Alfredo Lopez Austin, and James Lockhart. We also dedicate this work to our colleague Mirtha Baca, who first believed in the vision of the Digital Florentine Codex. Also, this initiative wouldn't have been possible without the support of our institutional partners and collaborators. The Biblioteca Medicea Laurenciana, which gave us permission to digitize the manuscript and to make the images available online. The Seaver Institute, which has been our partner from the very start and provided the necessary seed funding. The University of Utah Press, which gave us the rights to publish Anderson and Dibble. The UCLA Latin American Institute, which granted rights to Lockhart's book and invited us to collaborate on a teacher's workshop in which local teachers developed curricula based on the Florentine Codex and other similar primary sources. On the topic of permissions, we are so deeply grateful to the families of the late Alfredo Lopez Austin and Josefina Garcia Quintana for allowing us to work with their transcriptions. We hope the DFC honors their legacy. And we usually acknowledge the project team at the end of our presentations, but we want to thank everybody involved before we walk through the DFC, because all this work has been accomplished by an exceptional team of colleagues, which includes local and international scholars, Getty staff, and various collaborators. Named here are members of the core team who've been working tirelessly on realizing the DFC, especially this past year. We also want to thank all the members of the project team who are too many to call out individually. Each person listed here made a significant contribution. And on this page, I just want to highlight Mary Miller, our director of the Getty Research Institute, who has been from the very first, before she even started here at the Research Institute, was a huge supporter and has been a champion of all this work. And a big shout out also goes to our previous director, Thomas Getkins, who was excited and encouraged us to pursue this vision. We acknowledge our colleagues at Getty and also at other institutions who brought passion and dedication to this project. Our amazing technical and editorial teams and the interns. And of course, over the many years, colleagues who have come and gone, and we thank them all for their contributions. And now, drum roll, it is our great pleasure to introduce you to the Digital Florentine Codex, Códice Florentino Digital, which is hereby officially launched. And I'm going to just click out of here and give you a walkthrough.
Okay. We will now walk you through the site to give you an idea of its main functionalities. The entire interface is bilingual in English and Spanish. You make the selection here in the upper right corner. For now, let's stick with, there it is. Let's stick with the English. From the homepage, you have the option to search via a keyword or to scroll down and explore the codex based on curated browsing categories. Books of the codex, deities, occupations, everyday Nahuatl, individuals, and animals. Let's explore the category Everyday Nahuatl and the topic Quetzal. When you hover over the image, you see the option to search texts or images. Let's select images. These are the results of all images tagged with the word Quetzal. On the left, you can narrow the search by using filters. And let's filter by book to see all the images tagged with Quetzal in book 9 on the merchants. Now we can select a specific image. And let's scroll down and select one of the feather workers. Excellent. Here, the image is enlarged and basic information is provided. The image title, the book and folio in which the image appears, and the artist identification. Scrolling down to image keywords, you can see the multilingual tags that describe this image. The keywords are sorted by categories and appear in 4 languages: Classical Nahuatl, English, Spanish, and Eastern Huasteca Nahuatl. We originally didn't plan to make these tags visible, but decided to show this rich vocabulary because it provides so many avenues for further exploration. So if I click on any of these keywords, it will generate a new search, such as Tlaquilo Q or Artist Q. So here we see all the images that our team identified as the hand of Artist Q. How cool is that? Also, at any time, you have the option of performing a keyword search here. So now let's say I want to know what is said about Malintzin in the Codex. And Malintzin is the young Nahua woman who translated for Cortez. So this time I'm going to search the texts. And I got 34 results. And note that the keyword is highlighted in blue. Again, I can scroll down the page or filter the results, but I'm going to click on Book 12, Folio 26R, because it's arguably the most famous image of Malintzin in the Codex. And this takes me to what we call the 3 narratives view. This is the heart of the DFC, because you can access the 3 narratives together: Nahuatl text, Spanish text, and images. And as we said earlier, each provides complementary and different information. And Book 12 also features additional functionalities not found in the other books, as we mentioned earlier. This is because Book 12 is so special in that it presents a historical narrative about the conquest of Mexico. Therefore, we included Nahuatl to Spanish translation by Berenice Alcántara and Federico Navarrete, and audio recordings of the Nahuatl text read by Eduardo de la Cruz Cruz. And let's take a listen.
We in Malintzin, au I onkakak. I Marques, I Tlactol, I Motecozome. Nima, I, Ye, Kiwal Nahuatía, I Malintzin. Kiwal Popolos. Kiwalito, I Popolochcopa.
I hope you were able to hear that. You also have the option to enjoy the Codex in a simpler interface by clicking on the book icon up here. We call this view Zen mode. It's a stripped down book navigator where you can scroll through the digitized Codex as thumbnails, as a book opening, or a single folio, and leaf through its pages. By closing this window, I return to the 3 narratives view, and that's the gist. So now we're going to show you the web address, and we hope you enjoy exploring the DFC and digging deeper into this fascinating manuscript.
Yeah, so you can see the web address right up here, florentinecodex.getty.edu. And we invite you to check it out. We hope you are able to dig deeper into the manuscript. And please also keep checking the site. Come back and check out the site over the next weeks, because we will be adding features and resources in the near future. And next up is Matt McGrattan, Director of Cultural Heritage Projects at Gujarati, who has been our main point person for the development of the Digital Florentine Codex. It feels like we've been through battle together, especially the last weeks. There were many late nights or early mornings for them because they're on the other side of the pond. And we're so grateful for all the dedication and intelligence that Matt has brought to this complicated project. A big virtual applause for Matt.
Hi there. Thanks, everyone. Hopefully you can see my presentation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of bringing the Digital Florentine Codex. Sorry, this is bringing the Digital Florentine Codex from the point where the user research was being done all the way through to production and the launch of the site. So we were tasked with really taking the site from the point where the user needs and the kind of articulation of the vision of the project had been done, and then taking that all the way through to the kind of final launch of the Digital Florentine Codex as a website that you can all try. So we can think of this really as an instance of a kind of classic, this is a thing called design thinking. It's a double diamond that illustrates the kind of processes that you go through in a project like this. So you can think of it as two sort of phases of divergent thinking, where you kind of gather information, cast around, build a big pool of ideas, concepts, options, choices, and so on. And then a process where you kind of converge back towards an articulation of what you need, but also then towards a solution that you're going to build for the project. So when we took over this project and on the kind of technical side of things, the user research had already been done. The Getty had done a great job of articulating who the user personas were, what their needs were, their frustrations, their insights, and so on. And then at that point, we were interested in understanding that in detail and then coming up with some concepts and designs for what we could build for this project. So part of that process is about clustering and prioritizing those user needs and understanding the ways in which the sort of disparate set of requirements that have been gathered through user research can cluster together into a set of common features that you can then sort of articulate as a set of desirable requirements for the final product, and then cluster these into groups so that you can understand what the overall requirements are. So in this case, this is a screenshot from a digital whiteboard from a discussion that we had with Getty, in which we clustered all these different needs into search, navigation, reading, viewing, or listening to the content, analysis, reuse, and citation. Each of these clusters covered lots of different potential functional needs. One of the key things that you have to do in this process is to prioritize, not because you're going to rule things out, but because when you've got lots of different design choices that you might make, different choices about the user experience that you want to build, one of the ways in which you can rule out different options or make a better informed choice is by having a really clear understanding of what the priorities are for the functional needs for the site. So you can see here on the right-hand side of this screen, sort of zoomed in crop of the prioritization bullseye. And you can see that viewing images and text together were very important, viewing the Spanish, English, and Spanish and Nahuatl, and has been able to zoom into high resolution scans of the images were all things that were prioritized very highly in this initial requirements gathering process. From this, we're interested in then building a content model. Alicia and Kim already described all of the tens of thousands of different pieces of data that were provided as part of this project, generated by scholars and by huge amounts of intellectual labor. But then the question is, how do you model that content in a way that you can use to drive a web experience like the Digital Florentine Codex? So the content model tells you, what kind of content you need. It provides an analysis of that content, describes the different ways in which these pieces of content relate to each other, what are their component parts, and how they will then inform the information architecture for the website. So, we had a more detailed overview of the set of data sources in the earlier presentation, but we had scans for every folio, transcripts and translations in multiple languages, often from multiple different editions of the text. We had PDFs, of individual pages, whole volumes, all of the rich vocabularies and image tags that describe the images within the codex. So you can see here a kind of little crop of the content model. The whole content model is quite large, but all the blue circles here are all the different data or component elements to that model, surrounded by their different pieces of information in little orange blocks. And this was something that we could then use to organize our thinking around how do we take all of this, incredibly rich content and package it up in a way that can drive a search experience and can be presented to the user in a way that they can navigate as part of a coherent web experience. So at the core of that, there's a kind of hierarchical content model. And this is a gross oversimplification, but we have the codex that comprises multiple volumes, each of which comprises multiple books. Each book comprises multiple folios. Each folio can have one or more images on it. Each image can have many different tags, and those tags can relate that image to many different terms in the Getty's vocabularies, potentially in 4 languages. And then we have texts, which are, transcripts and translations between multiple languages and in multiple editions. So this is the kind of core concept model for the site. And this was informed by the 3 narratives vision that Kim and Alicia have already mentioned, that there are sort of 3 ways of coming at the content of the codex. There's the Spanish text, Nahuatl text, and then the narrative expressed in the images within the codex. So we had to make sure that the content model and our kind of visual design and our kind of design paradigm for the codex website was able to accommodate those 3 narratives and that rich complexity of content and data that has been provided. So part of this was about organizing the content through a paradigm that's referred to as generous interfaces. This isn't our concept. It comes from an Australian digital humanities academic called Mitchell Whitelaw, and he coined the term to contrast the idea of a generous interface by comparison with a kind of search-based paradigm. There's a quote here from Whitelaw. In a kind of search-based paradigm, and in Whitelaw's original paper, he has this example of, someone turns up at a museum and they ask, they write on a card the thing they're looking for and they hand it to the curator, and the curator goes away and they might bring something back for them to have a look at, or they might tell them, we don't have this, right? And that's a very ungenerous experience. But then you think about the experience of actually walking around a gallery or a museum, or holding in your hand a codex or a facsimile of that codex. That experience is one that's generous. You can explore the interface. You don't have to know in advance what you want. It provides lots of information to you, and it reveals its scale and its complexity and its richness. So we wanted to do something similar for the Digital Flaunting Codex. We wanted to provide an interface that had the same kind of properties, that was generous rather than kind of closed and restrictive. You can see on here some initial thinking around different ways that you can kind of facet this information. You can explore it through books, or through artists, or through different themes, all of which Alicia and Kim have illustrated in their demo earlier. And we also had this idea of using kind of cards of information as a kind of organizing concept. And you saw something similar in the search when the image of Quetzal was searched for in the image search. So from that kind of combination of things, we have to come up with a visual design. So, we had an understanding of who the users might be, what they might want in terms of the needs that have been articulated through the user research, prioritization of those user needs that had been carried out, with Getty and all the key stakeholders. We had an understanding of the available data, although the data obviously changed over the life of the project as new and richer content was made available. And then we had a kind of content model and information architecture that described how all those things fitted together, and a design paradigm, this idea of a generous interface that we wanted to try and use to combine all these things together in the way that people can make very good use of. So along with our designer, Sophie Baker, we looked at typography, color, and so on. And part of that process was looking at material from Mesoamerica, other artworks, pigments, material from the Flaunting Codex, from other similar codices. And so from this, we tried out different color schemes that might work for the site, and we settled on the scheme that you can see here, with a kind of mixture of kind of terracotta and blues and so on, that's then used throughout the site. Not everywhere there's different colors used, but there's a broad kind of unified theme. We also looked at the typography, although I don't have a slide here for that. And the typography was designed to be kind of clear, but also to kind of invoke something of the typography of parts of the codex. So you can see here this is a visual design. This isn't part of the site. This isn't a screenshot of the real site. This is actually a shot from the visual designs that were drawn up at the start of the process. You can see it's quite close to what was actually built. And this is the text-centered view, the 3 narratives view that Kim and Alicia have already mentioned. And then if we go to the next slide, you can see this kind of image-centered view in which we've got a close-up, a zoomed in, part of one of the images on the folio page where it's been brought front and center so that you can see it in detail, but also you can potentially zoom in and out and explore that content in all its visual richness. We also have to make sure that the content is searchable. So you can see here, this is again, this is from the visual designs and not from the site. You can see that we had this idea of presenting these facets so that you don't have to necessarily know what you're looking for. You're presented with information right in its full complexity and richness, and then you can filter down to the content that you want, rather than the other way around, where you might have to build up your query in the way that you sometimes see with a kind of advanced search interface, where it's not clear to you what you'll get until you do something. And here, you know what you've got, and then you can filter down to what you want, which is a sort of, this is the nature of Whitelaw's concept of a generous interface. In terms of technology, we were very committed to using an open standard called the International Image Interoperability Framework. This is a widely used standard used in cultural heritage organizations. It's a set of standards for working with digital objects on the web. That could be digitized books, manuscripts, artworks, movies, audio, and so on. It's used by galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And it makes the content interoperable. So what that means is that it's not just available in the kind of walled garden of the site that you're building, but it's also potentially available to other viewers, other annotation tools. It can be remixed and reused in ways that can build digital exhibits and so on. And IIIF emerged about 12 years ago from the needs of various institutions that were involved in manuscript studies. So the data model that underlies IIIF is a very neat fit for the same model that you find for the Florentine Codex. So this slide isn't intended to be, I'm not going to do a deep dive into this, but the IIIF model is on the right with the idea of a collection of manifests that contain canvases, that contain annotations and so on. And on the left, you can see the kind of codex data model with codex, then the volumes, then books, then folios, images, and tags. And these align really well. And this then gives us certain advantages because, as well as being designed to stop content getting siloed, the International Image Interoperability Framework also means that technologies that you've built for one particular use can then be reused on other collections and other content without having to start again. So Canvas Panel was a tool that we extended for this project. It's something like a PowerPoint slide. If you imagine a IIIF canvas is like a PowerPoint slide, and on that slide, you can paint content. That might be text, it can be images, it could be audio, it can be, the types of tagging annotations that have already been shown, where pieces of vocabulary are associated with regions of an image. All of those things are the parts that go to make up a IIIF canvas. In the case of the Codex, one canvas is one folio. So we have 3 manifests, one for each volume, 1,000 canvases, one for every folio, and each canvas contains multiple kinds of content. So the Codex website uses this Canvas Panel component everywhere. Getty funded that work as part of this project, but the Canvas Panel component is also open source, and it can be used to build web applications anywhere that use IIIF without needing to reinvent the wheel, and even without the need to understand much about IIIF at all. So, for example, on this page of the Codex, the 3 narratives view, on the left, the image that you can see here that you can zoom into, that's a Canvas Panel instance. But similarly, when you see this page where you have your image zoomed in and you're looking at this in a kind of image-centered view, this is also Canvas Panel, but it's not displaying the whole page, it's displaying a region of the page. In a different viewer, it could also overlay the tags, the vocabulary, the other elements that have been created for this project. Similarly, when you see the book view, the Zen view, as Alicia and Kim mentioned earlier, and you've popped this open, this is still Canvas Panel, it's just being run in a different way. So we've got one piece of content, one data model, and then we have one component, and it can be used in multiple different ways throughout the site to give all kinds of user experiences without having to reinvent the wheel or build something from scratch. You can see it here being used to drive search results. So we've got this kind of multi-use, using IIIF gives us a multi-use and sustainable way of delivering this kind of user experience, and this project funded part of that work. So I think that's everything apart from just a few notes about the data sources. We've already seen from Kim and Alicia how rich those were. We had textual data in the form of markdown files that were then combined to annotate and provide renderings for those IIIF canvases in the content. These were indexed into a search service to allow users to search for words or phrases in that text. And that search service, as was shown in the demo earlier, has quite sophisticated filtering, so you can narrow down on the kinds of text that you want to find. You can see here an example of me searching for the word pyramid in this text. Or similarly, the text can be turned on or off on the page, again, as Alicia and Kim showed earlier. Again, this is all part of turning on and off different pieces of IIIF content that are linked to these canvases. Finally, the images, again, these were created through a crowdsourcing interface, a thing called Madoc, that we created, but this was just to facilitate the drawing of bounding boxes and the creation of all the content by the experts at the Getty. And these bounding boxes and terms that came from the sort of scholarly work and the creation of the Getty vocabularies were then tied together using IIIF to link together regions of images with vocabulary terms in a standard way that we could then index into search, so that then you can see the experience where you can search for Quetzal and then filter by book or by artist and so on. You can see here an example of me searching for cloak in the images. And again, the same thing's happening here. You can see the terms underneath. All of these terms, again, are annotated on this canvas and associated with the object. If you were viewing this in a different open source IIIF viewer, you would still be able to access all of this information in the same way. The codex brings together a content model and visual design informed by user research, rich scholarship in the form of transcripts, translations, chapter summaries, audio, image tags, articles, and other resources in a single, generous, easy-to-use interface. Thank you very much.
Buenos días a todos. Gracias por atender a...
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here in this conference. My name is Berenice Gaijeman, and I'm truly excited to speak to you about the creation and use of tags associated with the Codex images. First of all, I would like to emphasize that I consider these images to be the painted voice of the Nahua artists or the Tlaquiloque Nahuas who participated in their creation. These artists painted approximately 2,400 scenes and foliate arrangements. This total number includes more than 1,800 images with narrative content and also more than 600 decorative elements that have been scattered irregularly throughout the books. In this table, we can see that Book 5 has only 9 images and 3 decorative elements, while Book 11 has a total of 1,137 pictorial interventions. The iconography and style of these paintings correspond to both European and Mesoamerican manuscript traditions. That being said, they do go beyond the types of narration found in pre-Hispanic manuscripts. And at the same time, it is absolutely clear that the artists were inspired by the printed books that were available in the libraries of the convent of Tlatelolco, but the artists didn't just limit themselves to copying or imitating or illustrating. They invented incredible and novel modes of representation. They created what is considered today to be a true narrative. As my colleagues have already mentioned, the purpose of the Florentine Digital Codex is to return this pictorial narrative to its rightful status. As an enhanced publication, we wanted to show its central role. We wanted to return this text back to its original location with the 2 different texts. So it's truly important to underline this when we look at previous publications. For example, that of Anderson and Dibble. It had the merit of associating the images to their publications. However, they were grouped in slides or plates that are found at the end or in the middle of each book. And therefore, during decades, the readers of these volumes could consult these images, but they were out of context. They were reproduced one after the other. At the end, without the facsimile at hand, it was truly impossible to know where these images were originally located and where they corresponded with the text. Thanks to all of the technological possibilities, it is now possible to flip through the images while continuing to have access to the corresponding folio or page. Another great contribution of the digital Florentine Codex is to make these images searchable. Therefore, the basis of the system relies on associating each image with keywords. Since 2020, when I joined the Getty team, a large part of my work consisted in creating these labels or tags. To carry out this monumental task, I conducted research. I researched the linguistic context of the codex, and I also carried out an in-depth iconographic analysis and the creation of ad hoc collaborations on certain themes. As you can imagine, the diversity of the topics addressed throughout the codex made the tagging process a challenge as well as a fantastic adventure. To give you an average, I would say that there are about 5 to 30 tags associated with each image, and this number varies depending on the subject covered or the complexity of the iconographic content. Here, for example, for this image that comes in at the start of Book 12, referring to the landing of Spaniards in Mexico, 50 tags were created, including that of the rainbow or Quetzalmalot. Since each tag is multilingual, there are actually 200 terms that were associated with this single image. In fact, I generated the keywords in classical Nahuatl, English, and Spanish. They were then translated into a contemporary variant of Huastecan Nahuatl, which my colleagues will speak about in the next presentation, Eduardo de la Cruz Cruz and Sabina Cruz de la Cruz. On the website, under each image, as you've seen already, you have to scroll down slightly and then access all these words. These words are arranged in columns according to their language. All of these words are clickable and they provide access to all of the tagged images. For example, here we see the example of the rainbow. So you can click here on the label Quetzalmalot, or you can also use this search field. Write the word in any language and access the two images where a rainbow appears. So we see that this would be in both Book 7 and Book 12. So in total, 2,200 tags were created. That is more than 8,000 keywords if we take into account each language. These are toponyms and anthroponyms and theonyms. There are also a few dates, signs of the day, and other topics from the calendar. Most of the keywords are nouns referring to artifacts such as badges, costumes, techniques, or everyday objects. We also see architectural and decorative elements, natural elements, parts of the landscape, titles of warriors or priests, names of craftsmen and merchants. And We also were able to add a number of verbs that refer to certain gestures or ritual actions. Another dimension is that of orthographic variants. From the 16th century, for example, we know that the word ihuit, which means pen, was spelled very differently, both within the codex and in other colonial sources. I, for my part, used an accepted and standardized form on which linguists and other classical Nahuatl specialists agree. We see it on the screen in green. That being said, so that the user can easily find what they are looking for according to their writing habits, I have associated to each word in Nahuatl all of its possible orthographic variants, and this is the first word in the tag. So we're able to search in the way that we prefer.
Unos minutos del libro 11, dedicado a las cosas terrenales. En sí solo, comprende casi la mitad de las
It
imágenes.
comprises almost half of the codex. There are more than 1,100 elements and many representations of animals, plants, minerals, and architectural elements. There were about 1,000 tags that show different aspects and different terms for home, diet, environment, medicinal qualities, food. I am not a biologist, but I understood the need to collaborate with specialists to be able to complement these tags. At the time of associating these images with other tags, I had to face several issues. One of them was the format of the tags. These labels have a rigid, because it has 4 fixed words and it suggests an equivalence between each of these terms. Some of the translations don't show problems, like papalot is a butterfly, and a xochitl is a flower. But when you start seeing that you can't specify the species, you have the Nahuatl word, and you try to see what the equivalent would be or what equivalent we could give. With specialists of INA, which I worked closed, like with the archaeozoologist Joaquin Arroyo Cabrales and the biologist botanist Maria Susana Selwansi, we opted to create labels with the equivalents in English, Spanish, and with the Nahuatl. And sometimes the Nahuatl term was more general. You will find expressions such as type of edible plant with not being very precise with the identification. Another challenge that we saw was the following. Although during the past decades, scientists have dedicated particular studies, for example, to the identification of fish, mollusks, to some birds or plants, some of the beliefs of some species change over time. The specialists don't always remember to associate one description with one species or a Nahuatl name with such image. Also, we have to see the fact that some species are mythical, or simply they didn't know them directly, like the painters didn't know them originally. So sometimes there's some errors when they would represent them. To summarize, there is some cases of discrepancies. Sometimes it's difficult to choose between what the text in Nahuatl is saying, what the summarization or the summary or the translation says in Spanish, what the image says, and what the specialists are identifying. To be able to illustrate one of the exchanges that we had on the fauna, there is an example of one of the butterflies. As you can see in the text in Nahuatl, and you can see the translation to English and Spanish, you see in this part, you can see the text is describing the chical papalot. It is a butterfly that comes from the word hikali, a bowl, and then papalot. And it also means that it was painted black. The painter associated a jicara, a bowl, to the butterfly. So I was very surprised when the specialist working with Joaquin Cabrales identified it. According to them, the butterfly that today is called Chical Papalot is this one. And the one of the image corresponds to the one that's called Xochiquetzal. That is called, it's also in Nahuatl, but it's very different. So if we compare, we see that what the painters represented and described is the second, the yellow one, but the name Xochiquetzal Papalot is very different in the codex and what is described today. There may be different explanations for this this discrepancy. Maybe it could be an error from the informants during the surveys that were done by Sahagún and the people who worked with him. It could have happened when they made copies of the drafts by the scribes. And maybe that caused an error for the painters. Or maybe the name has evolved over time. Or it could be that this butterfly has had two names since pre-Hispanic times, but were not reported in colonial sources. There are some hypotheses, and it's another source for investigation. I'm just showing you this to see what kind of conversations were taking place. And it was like this for almost the 400 species of fauna that were found in illustrations or painted in the codex. In this case, I decided to take into consideration what the Nahuatl text says, but also connect it for the Spanish translation to the contemporary designation. So here you can see the tag or the label that it's a Xiquel Papalot. And for the classic Nahuatl and for Spanish, you can see the word Xochiquetzal. Thanks to the computer scientists who I thank for their patience. In these cases, I added an asterisk. And here, the use of these symbols means a lexical equivalence that we cannot be sure of and allows to underline the existence of a doubt. Also, there was a lot of work dedicated to the flora. We were able to work with Susana Selwansi. There are so many trees, plants, and herbs. I would say there are over 700 of them. and an image can have even 3 different species. When I prepared this presentation, I asked Susana, which one would you like to talk about today? And she said that her best achievement was to identify for the first time as endemic species to Mexico called Itneton seaweed. And finally, the botanist associated this plant, which is so-called five eyes in Spanish. It's a Solanaceae plant, which no other specialist had characterized taxonomically. And it belongs to the species that I will not pronounce. But through this, Susana wants to honor her mentor who passed away while she was working with us. She met her mentor when she had began her studies at the National Polytechnic Institute of Mexico, and the species of this plant was named in recognition of his career. His name, um, and you can see the association here with the association with this species. Whether her interest is botanical or you're interested in the use of the plants, I will mention that, for example, we have created a Patli label. It is translated to Spanish as a medicine, plant medicine, and as you can see here, it has 185 results. And this is just a glimpse, but also to show the kind of research that you can do when you use the webpage. Susana Silwansi asked me to add to be able to corroborate, correct, or establish the taxonomical identity in these plants was one of the most rewarding academic experiences of her professional life. Our close collaboration, I hope you will note, gave beautiful results on the site. Through these labels, you will be able to enjoy starting today. They reveal that not only the zoologist or the botanist contributed to illuminate with new light the work of the painters, but the general public of the scientists themselves will be able, from this tool, to continue advancing with their research. This is fundamental contribution that goes hand in hand with the very definition of digital humanities. In conclusion, I would like to add that in spite of all the possible errors that may be found, I assume them entirely. I would like to officially thank my colleagues for their participation, if it was contractual or voluntary, when I asked them for questions. Truly, it is a collective and collaborative project. I would also like to notify that part of these generated labels were also adapted to integrate Getty vocabularies. These are treasures, multilingual treasures that are used by catalogers, researchers, museologists, and archivists worldwide. These interconnected databases contain structured terminology for art, architecture, archival materials, or conservation. As contributors to these databases, we had the opportunity to integrate non-Indo-European terminology in Nahuatl into a structure that was first generated for specialists in Western art. In this way, we contributed to broaden the focus of the Getty vocabularies, which tend to become a more multicultural and multilingual tool. With these words, I want to thank you for your attention, and I would like to give the floor to Eduardo de la Cruz and Sabina Cruz de la Cruz from the EDS Institute in Zacatecas, who I worked with on the translations. They did the translations in Nahuatl. Thank you, and Huasteca Nahuatl. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to share a little bit about the work that I've done in the Florentine Codex. Now you can see a result, and it is a privilege to present this with you, to you. Before starting this small presentation, I would like to thank the Getty team for incorporating the Nahuatl to this wonderful project. The Florentine Codex, as we said before, was worked in English and Spanish and Nahuatl. The Getty team worked with the Nahuatl language of the Florentine Codex. In this team, they included a variant, and this variant was the Huasteca Veracruzana. Working on the variant in Mexico, we understand 27 to 30 variants of the Nahuatl language. This is a first step that is being taken to include these indigenous languages as the Getty has done. To work with the Florentine Codex with the contemporary Nahuatl is a way to get closer to the Nahuatl community. Of the 27 of 30 Nahuatl, the Nahuatl that exists today in Mexico can understand each other when there is a conversation between speakers. Thanks to the insights of the Getty team, we enrich the Nahuatl language by having the digital resource of the Florentine Codex in a variant of contemporary Nahuatl, opening more spaces where native speakers have access to the information in their mother tongue. But for me, this is the beginning of future projects where indigenous languages can be included, not only Nahuatl, but also other indigenous languages. It is a wonderful example where the voices of the indigenous people of Mexico are taken into account. This is why we are here. My colleague Sabina, a wonderful teacher of the Nahuatl language, and works with the culture and language directly with the communities. The first task that I did was to summarize all the chapters of the book 12 of the Florentine Codex in the Huasteca Veracruzana. The second work was the recording of the folios that correspond to book 12 of the Florentine Codex. It is worth mentioning that the reading for the recording of the folios had challenges because there were terms that had to be deciphered from the writing to be able to do the writing. For example, the word awin omni kwak. I am a native speaker and I was having a hard time understanding this word. The option number one is omni kwak, or option number two, omni kwak. This, in my experience, was very necessary to be able to verify so that it would make sense when you start listening and reading. It was a very difficult process, even being a native speaker. We are born speaking this language, but we are very influenced by Spanish. Although it is a continuation of the language, there are some differences in the phonetics, which is difficult when we read. In my experience, I had to practice reading before doing the audios. Some of the audios had to be redone and transcribed to the contemporary way of writing to be able, um, this is as a speaker of the Nahuatl Veracruzana, there are some terms that are identical to the modern way of speaking. We have the term Quetzalwit. This is used to speak about something that will happen in the future. There are some terms that are no longer used, like Ikpali. Our great-grandparents used this term. And then later, let's look at Wapalcuasilla, which means wooden chair. Now we only use the term Huasilla, which means chair to sit on. With this word, Ikpali, I would like to express that in the 15th and 16th century, this term, Ikpali, was used, but our grandparents still used it. But now the younger people use this other term. It is understandable and acceptable that indigenous languages undergo changes in their vocabulary or the structure of their phrases as being in contact with a neighboring language like Spanish. Thus, the translations of terms and definitions in the Florentine Codex have been translated in the Huasteca Veracruzana. But there were terms that were not able to be translated, and for this, it was necessary to explain the word. For example, as the grandparents would say, for example, the word refrigerator. The grandfather would say, no patepotzliten tlacelia. This would be the explanation of how a grandfather would say that, or a great-grandfather. This phrase refers to that piece of metal that cools. But as my colleague or myself that have an a certain academic level, we would say something like tepoztlacelisli or tepoztlaceyalot, which would be the equivalent of refrigerator. Also, there were terms that were taken from the classic Nahuatl, like coyote, which coyote or coyote, that we take from Spanish. So here we have some terms that I just mentioned.
There are two definitions from Book 12. We see that they refer to men from their youth until they reach an elderly age. And this is what we see on the screen. There are some words that can't be translated per se. We can try to get as close as possible, but we can't directly translate it. So in Nahuatl, Huasteca, it would be what we see on the screen. That would be the translation from the Spanish. Then we see another example in post-classical central Mexico. We see that there was a preparation to sacrifice slaves. So then we see that the text says that person that washes. But we see that in Nahuatl, it's very specific. You wash someone, you wash clothes, or you wash a specific object. So in the translation, it would be what we see on the screen.
te altía, te quitose quincuatlalia esclavos para hacer sacrificio. ¿Qué podemos observar?
So what can we observe with this translation to the Huasteca variant? Well, we've taken some words from Spanish. As I mentioned previously, we can create words, we can coin phrases, but we need to consult with native speakers, and especially those who are elderly. It's easy to create, but the problem is to coin a term to represent the Spanish term without truly understanding if it will be understood or used correctly. So the translation of terms and definitions, it was truly a challenge for us as native speakers. Therefore, it's really important to understand how we worked on translating these terms and their definitions. I have to mention that it was teamwork. We translated flora and fauna, as my colleague Berenice said, and we had to consult with native speakers of the Huasteca variant. So thanks to the well-known app WhatsApp, we were able to do this. So when we were translating certain terms, certain definitions, sometimes we didn't really understand certain things, so we used images. With the images, we would send this information to native speakers, and then they would say if they understood or recognized what was in the image or not. And we use this method to corroborate our translations. So for example, what does this sentence in Nawa say? Is it understood? And they would say yes or no. And if they said no, then we would copy the Spanish as well. But we also use terms from the classic Nahuatl in the Huasteca variant. Why? Well, because it's understood and there was no other option for translating it. So here we see an example on the screen. We sent a message with the image and I was asking, could you tell me what it's called? And the person answered, let's see if I know it in Nahuatl. So then the person wrote it as sacat. So this type of plant is known in Nahuatl as atzacat. And not just that, but native speakers provided us a lot of support throughout the translation process. We do have some knowledge of flora and fauna, but we know that we don't have the same contact with plants and animals anymore, perhaps when we were younger. So we would send images and they would send us their answers. So for example, here on screen, you see the word for grouse, and they told us that it was soli, or rather it would be quail. Quail is soli. So this type of process truly contributed to this project of the Florentine Codex in its digital version. Well, I would really like to take this opportunity to thank the Getty team for this vision. This is a great example. A lot of institutions can follow their example when working with Indigenous languages. As my colleague Fabiola from the consulate said, we need to include these types of projects. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Sabina Cruz de la Cruz.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sabina Cruz de la Cruz. First off, I would like to thank all of you for being here, for providing us with this space for the launch of the Florentine Codex in its digital version. I would like to thank the Getty Institute. I would like to thank Dr. Kim Richter Thank you for inviting me to participate in this process with my colleague Eduardo de la Cruz. In this presentation, I will speak to you all about my experience working with the Codex. It is one of the most important sources of information regarding the history and customs of the Mexican peoples before the Spanish conquest. I'm also thankful that we were able to include this variant of Huasteca. So we see that this information was compiled and shared in Nahuatl, and it truly does allow us to conserve the knowledge of our indigenous peoples, specifically the Mexica or Azteca. And it also tells us about history, the religion, the cosmovision, flora, fauna, and many other aspects of indigenous life. I would also like to mention the name of the municipality of Chicontepec, which comes from Nahua. It means Chicome and Tepo, 7 mountains. And it's known as the home of the 7 mountains. So the Huasteca is known in its region for diversity and richness. Huasteca is made up of 6 states. We have Veracruzana, and we also have our municipality of Chicontepec. I also considered that it was important to understand the name of my community. My community and the community of my colleague Eduardo de la Cruz is called Tecomate. We're both from the same area. So Tecomate is a Nahuatl community which is in the area of Chicontepec, and it means chicali or fruit of jicara. These are containers, so to say, with a significance that comes from myths related to its natural traits. It's a fruit with a lot of seeds. This fruit is also related to the objects used to create these containers, such as spoons and other objects. So the first object that we see are spoons, and these were used by people to serve coffee or specific types of food. Then we see the following object here, and these were objects that were used in traditional life. We don't see them as frequently. So this second one was used to keep the tortillas in this container. Then the second one is jicara. These were used by people to wash their hands, to wash. And then the last image shows the ticket, which is also a container for water. Men would carry this object to carry water. Now, I'd like to also share that Nahuatl is part of our identity in Mexico. It allows us to learn more about the language and culture of previous generations. It allows us to connect with our origin and to understand who we are and why we are like this. When we teach, which is our goal, when we work with the Nahuatl language, we truly want the richness, beauty, and customs of our predecessors to continue alive. Now, I think that it's important to consider that there are a lot of terms that were coined when Spanish was adapted to the Nahuatl language. So we see the influence of the Spanish language and culture and the way that the conquest impacted the language. We see that Nahuatl has continued to evolve throughout history. We see a number of neologisms in order to describe objects and elements of modern life, such as technology, science, and politics. We see the ability of Indigenous languages to adapt to modern day times and continue to be relevant despite all of the changes. First off, I'd like to share that when I was invited to this project, I worked with vocabulary. I was doing direct translation, and there was also the opportunity to write definitions describing the objects. So at first, I thought that this type of translation was very challenging, but it allowed me to continue to learn and study the codex. Now, I'd like to share an example. Here we see the word from classical Nahuatl, apane e kayot. This word was completely unknown to me, and I thought, well, how am I going to figure this out? So I was able to search the texts of various friars, such as Alfonso Molina and other texts. And then I looked in modern Nahuatl, and that allowed me to start to approach the concepts. As my colleague Eduardo de la Cruz mentioned, I was also able to communicate with Nahuatl speakers. I sent messages and had calls with family members, specifically those who were elderly, people from 50 to 60, from the 50s or 60s rather, who speak a language closer to the classical Nahuatl. Even with their understanding, sometimes people did not know what I was asking them about. So I would try to get as close as I could to this term. We see Quetzalcoyot. We see that it is a type of feathered headdress used by warriors in post-classical central Mexico. So the definition allowed me to approach the meaning. Then we see another example, Cotzli in modern Nahuatl or Cotzme. So we have a combination of Spanish and classical Nahuatl here. Then we see this other example of Quewit or Queme. This is the plural. And this basically allowed me to create a definition of how the object was used. So I have an image of this skirt and how it's used now in modern times. And I think this was very interesting. We had the classical Nahuatl, Tepantlato, and currently in modern Nahuatl, we don't use this type of term anymore because we didn't have that type of defense anymore. So there is a word that is pretty close, Kimanawia or Kipanawia, and I thought that this was a very challenging exercise, but I was able to learn a lot. Now, to conclude, I was able to think about the following through this participation. Can modern Nahuatl speakers understand classic Nahuatl? Now, my opinion is on the fence between yes and no. According to my research, yes, but sometimes I was doubting whether I really understood what I was reading. So I would really like to thank you all. I have hope that the digital version of the Florentine Codex will allow us to continue to understand the culture and society of our Indigenous people. It will allow us to carry out a variety of anthropological and ethnographic studies in Mexico and around the region. It also includes the contribution of historians, interpreters, and a variety of experts. Thank you very much.
The notion of authorship is an interesting one. Fray Bernardino de Sahagún, for instance, is widely cited as the exclusive author of the Florentine Codex. Rather than being an author per se, Sahagún coordinated, compiled, edited, and translated. He oversaw the contributions of a scholarly team. A team that included 8 to 10 Nawa elders interviewed as subject matter experts, a group of mainly unnamed but not faceless visual artists that contributed a few thousand images and illuminations, and a cohort of scribes and trilingual scholars or grammarians. Among whom include Diego de Grado, Bonifacio Maximiliano, and Martín Jacobita from Tlatelolco, Mateo Severino from Xochimilco, Antonio Valeriano from Azcapotzalco, and Alonso Bejarano and Pedro de San Buenaventura from Cuautitla. While Sahagún is the individual widely attributed with its creation today, we know that the Florentine Codex was a collaborative effort, though more specifically, an indigenous Nawa effort. And yet, we're faced with the question of how to make these contributions apparent. How do we create avenues for authenticating a indigenous presence? Here at the Getty, we endeavored to resolve these questions in the newly launched digital Florentine Codex. Alongside a team of collaborators, we conducted a detailed and comprehensive hand analysis of the numerous Tlacuilohque, whose vast contributions spread throughout all books. Tlacuilohque, or Tlacuilo, singular, is a Nahuatl word to refer to a maker of marks, their task position at the intersection of art making and writing. In this study, however, we distinguish between alphabetic writing and image making, employing terms such as writer or scribe and painter or artist. In completing and digitally publishing an analysis of both text and image-based contributions, the DFC reinforces the collaborative nature of the Codex, while also presenting users with the opportunity to know, name, and attribute credit to individual contributors. Most importantly, our work has centered on generating this data and providing users with the framework for inquiry. Thus, correlations between hand changes and content or relational interpretations have remained outside our purview. This work on hands and the Florentine Codex is indebted to intellectuals and gracious contributors such as Marina Garon-Gravier, Jeanne Favreau-Peterson, and Diana Magaloni, while also incorporating principles central to digital scholarship and anti-colonial practice more broadly. In the digital Florentine Codex, we have published our analysis, image by image, line by line, while also making our data from all 12 books entirely searchable. This access and transparency, we hope, will allow you to evaluate the findings, reuse the data, ask new questions, and engage with the Codex in ways we have not yet imagined. We encourage you to get to know these individual contributors that span beyond Sahagún. Include them in your citations, discuss and name them in your work. And without further ado, let us present to you our work on the scribes and the Florentine Codex, after which we'll continue with the artists. Our analysis of scribal hands first began with a folio by folio study of hand changes, noting where contributions began and ended, as well as any distinct characteristics within the script. Our team translated all observed shifts by folio segments into an Excel document, which were then drawn as square segments within Madoc, the interface within which we tag scribes and have published the DFC. After locating hand changes, our team evaluated the distinct traits observed within all identified segments across all books and identified the robust contributions of numerous scribes. Here, I present the conclusions of the analysis of the 9 identified scribal hands, as well as demonstrate their accessibility within the newly launched digital Florentine Codex. Together, we can approach the scribal classifications through 3 steps. First, we can consider common letters present in most, if not all, folios, regardless of language. This means looking at the Nahuatl, Spanish, and Latin alphabets and seeing which letters overlap in order to develop comparative standards. Second, we can select letters or letter pairings that show enough variability to demonstrate each scribe's distinct style. Some examples may include letters such as capital A, lowercase h, and ch. And third, we can choose common words in each language that we can use as standards for comparing Scrabble categories. These words include ought, a conjunction in Latin defined as or rather else and or, a in Spanish meaning to, at, or per, and in Nahuatl, which is translated as and, but, well, or described as a new indicator of a thought to follow. The chart displayed here illustrates how we distinguished each writer. In this case, we can focus on Nahuatl letter and letter combinations accompanied by sample words. In the first row, the A's show the variations of the capital A across each Scrabble category. We can see how scribe 1 was initially identified by the jaunty A due to the angled quality of the letter, but later recognized for the other elongated strokes applied to his writing in general, such as in the Y. Scribe 9 writes ah with an A that is tighter. In comparison to scribe 1 and scribe 9, scribe 8 writes the phrase with an A that is more vertical and with a round H. These listed traits became recognized as definitive of each Tlacuilo style. The Y or I Ijuan, often translated as and, continues to reveal how this comparative methodology allowed for precise identifications. In comparing Ijuan across the writers, we were able to see how scribes 1, 2, and 7 have the tendency to create the A and N in Ijuan with a single stroke, but especially how scribe 7 tends to apply more of an overall cursive style in his writing, with these types of connected letters seen in other words, such as in inik. Some translations of this word including in order, how, and for this reason. In this additional example of scribe 7, his tendency to connect letters is demonstrated with the I and N that appears as an M. This row also clarifies differences in spelling. Scribes 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9 use Y to spell the word. Yet scribes 4, 7, and 8 in this case use I. Comparing the spelling became critical in finalizing some categories, such as separating scribe 4 from scribe 3. Overall, comparing common words and letters revealed the different types of characteristics in each of the 9 scribes' handwriting, as well as their signature styles. In this next slide, the results of our analysis expand from the micro to the macro, illustrating the distribution of authorship across all books. Some scribes appear in almost every book. Scribe 2, for example, contributed to all but 2 of the 12 books, including 10 appearances as a Spanish author and 5 as a Nahuatl author. Scribe 4, however, was a primary Nahuatl author in books 5 and 6, but curiously appears nowhere else in the Florentine Codex. This table shows us how scribes collaborated in the production of the alphabetical text. Now let's dive into the DFC and take a look at how you can directly view and engage with the results of our analysis, as well as the writings of the different scribes. Here is an instance where 2 scribes collaborated to write the text of a single folio. The top passage, which starts with the word comienza, is written by scribe 1, who also wrote the Nahuatl for some time until the last few lines of the paragraph. While the switch seems subtle, the writer identified as scribe 3 seemingly completed the rest of the Nahuatl while performing the prologo en romance and adding mexicana for the title of the prologue written in Nahuatl. This is but one example of a folio showing 2 writers and subtle switches. This next slide, showing a folio from book 11, presents one of our favorite instances of collaborative work achieved by the Nahuatl scribes. Here we've identified 3 writers in total. Scribe 7, the writer who tends to use connective strokes, completed the Nahuatl. Scribe 6, the writer of irregular letters, performed the corresponding Spanish. However, there were also glosses and corrections present on this page. The Spanish glosses above the Nahuatl were done by scribe 6. but the correction for the paragraph description seen in the smaller writing at the bottom was written by scribe 1. In the Florentine Codex, instances of editing where information has been added by a different scribe, one who did not author the body text, are uncommon. However, they offer insights regarding manuscript production and individual roles of select scribes, either briefly as writers or editors or as exclusive authors of certain sections. As these examples illustrate, users of DFC can not only engage with the digitized codex to assess their scribal classifications, but also to reuse the data and incorporate the published findings into future studies that would advance the identification of the Nawa scribes.
All right. Trying to make sure there's no feedback here. So our approach to the identification of artists considered the books one by one, where we sought to first identify changes in hands, as well as the repetition of hands within a given book. So we created flexible spaces for visual analysis using both printed cards and a large mural board. And so this large mural board worked as a digital workspace, but also an archive that allowed us to visually track our book by book progress and hand sequences, but we could also look at our writing, we could look at how we've recorded our work, as well as search our notes and file metadata. We also then created and revised our hand groups and then could evaluate them over the course of our book study. As a result of this analysis, we identified a total of 19 artists and/or artist groups, 4 of which correspond to those previously identified by Diana Magaloni as masters. We've also named 15 additional artists, 13 working across multiple books, and 2 artists who only appear in book 12, all using a neutral naming convention of alphabetic letters. While we're still concluding the book 11 peer review, I include an indication of artist presence along that row for book 11. Akin to our scribal analysis, observed differences are made most apparent when we compare shared features found in most, if not all, bodies of work. While we've considered various elements over the course of our analysis, here we'll take a close look at 3 comparative examples, namely speech scrolls, facial profiles, and treatment of line. So speech scrolls are iconographic elements that denote oral interaction and are employed on various occasions. So as indications of speech, song, and other emanations, the tail end of the speech scroll tends to emanate from an individual's mouth. The tail end, following the tail end, the scroll continues outward, culminating in a curling end. Another aspect we can compare in an artist's is an artist's investment in anatomy, looking at the manner with which they represent the human form. So in this talk, we'll narrow our focus to a specific facial feature, the eyes, and consider their shape and investment in naturalism. And lastly, we'll look at a mark-making technique known as hatching and cross-hatching. So appearing as parallel and crisscrossing lines, this form of line work is used to create volumetric shading. And so within this comparison, we'll organize ourselves by focusing on line density, so how many of these lines appear within a given space, and then also line regularity, where regularity indicates the consistency in line length and then the spacing between lines. So starting first with the speech scroll, we'll narrow our focus to the tail element alone and compare its size in proportion to the face and also the characterization of the line. So to the degree that it's straight or curved. So in this image, for example, we see 4 speech scrolls by different artists that convey also difference. Those by artists E and G, for example, are both short relative to the faces of their issuers, but their lines differ in the amount of curvature. Similarly, when looking at the other 2 examples by artists K and P, we can see that these scrolls are much longer, but similarly differ in their treatment of lines. One is straight, whereas the other is showing much more curvature. And so from here, we can plot results from all identified hand groups, illuminating even greater variability in the expression of a common iconographic element. One notable observation is that those straight, distinct styles from artist E's speech scrolls are very isolated, and this highlights his interest in creating an individualistic mode of visual communication. Conversely, artist P's long curving style is shared with artist F, suggesting there may be a relationship between the 2. Next, let's examine facial features and compare relationships in eyes. In the examples shown here, both artists G and F create a curved shape at the top of their eyes, whereas artists L and C employ a straight line to communicate the same facial feature. Considering anatomy, artists G and L utilize varying line weights or subtle delineations, sometimes hatching or cross-hatching, which we'll get to in the next slides, to convey the figure's eyelid crease, lower lid, and even the bridge of the nose. Artists F and C, in contrast, convey the figure's eyes more succinctly, investing in overall depiction as opposed to the particulars of individual features. When these patterns are broadly considered, interesting notions emerge. Notably, very few artists are consistent in their naturalistic portrayals. More often than not, an artist will employ both an abstracted and a naturalistic version of a facial feature, such as the eye. A great example of this is artist E. Their work in books 2 and 6, for example, show a beautiful command of facial anatomy, while their work in book 12 and others, such as book 11, illustrate their versatility in visual communication. Additionally, we can start to see some ways to distinguish artists C and D. While their line and figural work can at times be challenging to distinguish, artist C's eyes are almost always straight with that point to connote the iris, whereas artist D's eyes are slightly more curved with an added linear component. The linear component sometimes also occurring with artist C. So now let's consider line work, though we'll specifically focus on hatching and cross-hatching. For example, artists F and Q frequently use this method and do so at high densities. However, the regularity of their lines differ considerably. And as I mentioned earlier, that regularity is the overall consistency in the patterning of the lines and the space between those lines. A similar observation is noted among artists I and L. Both opt not to use this mode of mark making frequently, preferring instead to shade their figures to communicate volume with washes. However, when they do, it is sparse, and then they differ in their degrees of line regularity. So then when these results are plotted for all artists, you'll note that very few exhibit irregular hatch and cross-hatching, especially at high density. We can therefore call this a distinct characteristic of artist Q. Conversely, many artists exhibit regular mark making, most at medium to high densities. This pattern could indicate mutual training or perhaps a level of collaboration within the image making or production process. Regardless, a closer look at those with as well as without commonalities offer incredible opportunities to glean insights into their individual identities, not to mention image making at such a dynamic point in history. And this is exactly what we have made available through the DFC. For example, if you want to conduct your own broad sweeping comparison, one that takes a deep look at landscapes, for example, you can enter landscape in the search bar, select your image results, and then customize your space. I like to make the image large size. I also like to have more images on one single page. So I scroll down to the bottom and make sure that it displays 100 instead of 50. And then once all of this is done, you go and you select your artist. I am personally quite fond of artist R. It's probably because he depicts quarries and he is a little cheeky in terms of how he uses window portrayals. And then you could start to look at how landscape is conveyed. There's where that mouse is one of those depictions of landscape. And then when you're wanting to kind of go back and get a sense of, perhaps other artists and how they have attempted to do these similar types of portrayals, you'll just scroll back up and unclick Artist R instead of going into your back bar. And then you'll see all of your other options. You'll select another artist and begin your comparison. So the Florentine Codex is an incredible body of work. However, it is misleading to attribute its creation to Sahagún alone. He coordinated, edited, compiled, and translated the contributions of others. These others were crucial to the success of the Codex. They were highly esteemed intellectuals. They were named scholars and writers. They were incredible artists and visual communicators. And without all of them, we wouldn't be here right now. And with the launch of the DFC, as of today, these contributors are not only apparent, but also the breadth of their contributions are freely available for study, creating an opportunity to authenticate the Indigenous presence in the creation of the Florentine Codex. We encourage you to get to know these individual contributors that span beyond Sahagún, include them in your citations, discuss and name them in your work. Thanks to the support of Getty, the work of our research collaborators, and the incredible innovation of our colleagues at Digirati, this work has turned the tides in attributing authorship. With that, it has been a pleasure to share our contributions with you. We encourage you all to dive right into the DFC, and we look forward to answering any and all of your questions. And now it is with great pleasure that we introduce our friend and colleague, Leon Garcia Garagarza. Thank you.
Yes, Roxanne, Mary, fabulosa la presentación. Soy Leon Garcia Garagarza.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. My name is Leon Garcia Garagarza. I will give my presentation in English, but I wanted to thank all of my dear colleagues at the Getty, all of my colleagues at the UNAM, UCLA, and everyone who is present with us today in this presentation. The name of my presentation is Some Observations on Translating the Spanish Text of the Florentine Codex into English.
Work that is contained in the Florentine Codex is universally recognized as the most comprehensive and extensive primary source about the indigenous culture and history of 16th century Central Mexico. Since my colleagues have already done so, I will not speak here about the eventful history of this unparalleled work, but will only mention that Sahagún and his brilliant team of noble Nahua collaborators had to overcome many obstacles before they were able to see their encyclopedic project take final form in 1577 in the shape of the gorgeous manuscript known today as the Florentine Codex. We actually went through a pandemic as they did too. So we also have some events to face in this year's doing this project. Okay. Scholars specialized in colonial Mexico have long recognized that the 12 books of the Florentine Codex are comprised of 3 interdependent parts. the Nahuatl source text, which appears on the right side column of each folio, the Spanish text, and the pictorial account, both of which appear in the left side column. Though intimately interrelated, each one of these three texts has a relative autonomy, and the differences between the Nahuatl source text and Sahagún's Spanish translation of this text are so significant that one can legitimately consider the Spanish and the Nahuatl texts as two distinct works. In the prologue that he wrote for the second book of the Historia General, Sahagún himself documented the process in which the Nahuatl source text was translated into Spanish. Although the friar was the principal translator of this text, it is very likely that the Nahuatl scholars at the Colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco, under his supervision, and who were assisting him, they also had considerable input in the translation of the text. The resulting Spanish text is not a simple translation of the Nahuatl source material, but it is a much more complex work. Guided by considerations both practical and ideological, and always attentive to his intended metropolitan audience, Sahagún constantly comments, summarizes, and paraphrases the source text. His writing also includes plenty of extraneous material that is not found in the Nahuatl column, such as the prologues that he wrote for each of the 12 books of the Historia General. Moreover, Sahagún also substitutes entire chapters with doctrinal and historical observations or with extensive notices about the circumstances regarding the composition of their project. The resulting 12 books of the Spanish language Historia General de las Cosas de la Nueva España therefore form an original work that supplements the Nahuatl text and reveals much of the nature of colonial society in the latter part of the 16th century. Up until today, only the Nahuatl text of the Florentine Codex had been rendered into English in the justly renowned translation of Arthur Anderson and Charles Dibble. Otherwise, only a few portions of the Spanish text had been translated into English, notably the pioneering translation of books 1 to 4 made by Fanny Bandelier in the early 20th century. Her work was followed decades later by James Lockhart's translation of book 12. Of these two, Bandelier's and Lockhart's, only Lockhart's translation is fully reliable, for notwithstanding her beautiful literary style, Bandelier unfortunately only had available a copy of Bustamante's defective transcription of another manuscript of the Historia General, the Tolosa manuscript. In 2018, I was invited to join the Getty Research Institute's collaborative Florentine Codex initiative with the task of translating the Spanish text of the first 11 books of the Florentine Codex into English. Since our team at the Getty had already secured the rights to reproduce James Lockhart's English translation of book 12, there was no urgent need to translate this book anew. The consensus was that we would follow in our translation Lockhart's colloquial contemporary English style to distinguish it from Anderson and Dibble's imitation of 17th century English that they did in their translation of the Nahuatl text. My translation would include the prologues, introductions, and other sundry texts that Sahagún had originally written in Spanish and that have no Nahuatl language equivalent. This had already been translated and published by Anderson and Dibble, but they were translated in their proto-17th century style. So for the sake of consistency, I would translate them again with our modern vocabulary and include them in the digital Florentine Codex. We adhere that my translation implements modern English standards of punctuation, going against the notorious haphazardness of the Spanish original text. Other times, however, a conscious decision was made to retain some of the characteristic quirks and idiosyncrasies of Sahagún's literary style. The general history of the things of New Spain appears in a crucial moment in the evolution of the Spanish language. Functioning both as spiritual and practical preceptors, Sahagún and his fellow Franciscan friars in New Spain consciously adopted in their educational and lexical endeavors the grammatical principles that Antonio de Nebrija had established in 1492 in his revolutionary Gramática de la Lengua Castellana. The friars did follow his method to codify the plethora of indigenous languages that the imperial expansion of the Spanish crown had put at their disposition. At the same time, faced with new cultural and material elements that had no direct analogy in the old world, the Castilian language of the conquerors was absorbing a good number a good number of indigenous terms that considerably expanded the lexicon of Spanish. The encyclopedic breadth of the Historia General de la Nueva España represents the culmination of this semantic process. It is a work that employs in large scale the grammatical revolution that both languages, Nahuatl and Castilian, were experiencing during the momentous years of the 16th century. In order to translate the Spanish text of the Historia General into English, it is imperative to have expertise in both 16th century Castilian and Nahuatl, and of course English. This is because many obscure passages in the Spanish text can only be clarified after consulting the Nahuatl source. This characteristic of the Spanish translation was recognized by Sahagún himself in his prologue to Book 7, where he laments the low quality of the Spanish prose that the reader is about to encounter, explaining that his translation into Spanish is a deliberate attempt to faithfully reflect the coarse astrological notions and natural philosophy of his indigenous informants. He added the following caveat. There is yet another thing in the Spanish language that will give displeasure to one who might read it, he said. And this is that there are many synonymous words for one thing, so that a manner of speech or a sentence is expressed in many ways. And he continues, this was done on purpose, to learn and record all the words for each thing and all the ways of expressing each sentence. And this is the case not only in this book, but in the entire work. This passage demonstrates the ad hoc nature of the Spanish language that Sahagún was using in his translation of all the 12 books of general history, as he attempted to transfer into Spanish as faithfully as possible even those lexical and syntactical characteristics of the Nahuatl source material that were not consistent with Spanish, but he felt were essential to understand the culture of indigenous Mexico, what they really meant in their text, even if these expressions did some violence to the proper Castilian syntax of his time. In one word, Sahagún's literary style is in a sense Nahuatlized. For that very reason, we often chose to recreate in our translation some of the meandering phrases, constant repetitions, obscure metaphors, and convoluted sentences that are found in many passages of the Spanish section of the Historia General. To give one example, just one example, throughout the work, the Spanish text often switches singular and plural pronouns in the same paragraph, and this confuses the reader. Although we generally corrected this inconsistency, sometimes we chose to reproduce it deliberately, especially when the mix of pronouns reflected what I perceived was a living dialogue between the Spanish scribe, the Tlacuilo artist, and the indigenous informants, a procedure that is common, for example, in the description of the banquets found in Book 9, where you can see that they were all discussing about how to render the translation and the images. Let's see one sentence found in chapter 7 of Book 9. Here the text describes how the servers at a banquet distribute smoking tubes and flowers to the distinguished guests. This was a very elegant banquet. The Spanish column reads, después de esto dánseles flores. Lleva la flor en la mano derecha, que se llama Chimalxóchitl, y en la izquierda otra, que se llama Cuauhxóchitl, which we translate as, after this, flowers are given to them. In his right hand, he is carrying the flower called Chimalxóchitl, and in his left hand, another flower called Cuauhxóchitl. And he is carrying that one, the Chimalxóchitl, in his right hand, because the one who is about to take it has his left hand extended, and he is grabbing it with his left hand as if it were a shield. And the other one, the Cuauhxóchitl, that he is carrying in his left hand, comes in front of the right hand, and the other one is grabbing it like someone who is grabbing a sword. Here the Spanish scribe is punctually following the inconsistencies of the Nahuatl text, the abrupt transition of pronouns from plural to singular, and the equally sudden change from past to present tense. These syntactic slips occur because the Nahuatl informants are in fact describing the picture that the Tlacuilo artist has made to illustrate the narration. In that picture, which actually appears two folios before the paragraph that we cited, we see one man holding the aromatic flowers that the host is offering to his guests before the meal, while another man reaches out with his hand to receive a complimentary smoking tube. This example reveals what I call the performative trialogue between the Nahuatl informants, the Tlacuiloque artists, and the Spanish translator. This trialogic process was a constant feature throughout the composition of the Florentine Codex at Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco, and it is one that would have been lost had we corrected the syntax in pursuit of a clinical grammatical consistency in our translation. Beyond the patent influence of Nahuatl syntax and vocabulary, the Historia General is characterized by its extraordinary profusion of Nahuatl loanwords. This was to be accepted. These are called Mexicanismos. Furthermore, like other contemporary colonial authors, Sahagún in his prose also employs numerous loanwords of Caribbean origin. This was very common in chronicles and literature from the era. Words that were being incorporated into Spanish from the Caribbean islands and from Central America and from the Maya land in Central America. These words such as maíz, nequén, canoa, naguas, cu, etc. Considering that Sahagún's text of the Historia General is the deepest and most extensive literary work to show the influence of indigenous languages in the evolution of Spanish, I decided to showcase in my translation the presence of these indigenous words or words of indigenous origin that are found in the Spanish column of the Codex. Therefore, words such as cu, temple, areito, ritual dance, huipil, blouse used by indigenous females, mastle, breeches used by indigenous males, etc., appear in italics in the body of the text, and their translation is provided in a footnote at their first occurrence in each one of the books of the Codex. Our hope is that this procedure will make the English public so familiar with these words that they may appreciate the enormous influence that these indigenous languages had in the evolution of European languages, including English, an influence that continues to this day. Tangential to this methodological procedure, I compiled a list of all the Nahuatl words, Mexicanismos, and assorted loanwords of Caribbean origin that appear in the Spanish column of the Florentine Codex. This list comprises more than 3,000 words, which can be found appended in the glossary of indigenous words. The decision was made also to modernize for my translation the orthography of the Nahuatl words that appear in the Spanish column of the Codex. And I want to thank you, Berenice Gallamin, whose guidance and consultation was essential to accomplish this task. The reader will find both the original spellings and our modernized variants in the appended glossary of indigenous terms. I had also the good fortune to collaborate with the outstanding teams of editors at Text Formations. We discussed many problematic aspects of Sahagún's language, such as his use of anachronistic taxonomies. For instance, the use of the word tigre to refer to a jaguar, an animal that was unknown in the old world at the time, and the jaguar term, which is South American, had not yet arrived to Mexico. Issues of gender were also very prominent, since Spanish, unlike Nahuatl, is a gender language. And Sahagún often privileges the use of male pronouns when describing the persons who perform any given activity. This is common in Spanish, but the Nahuatl text does not do this, of course. More problematic, however, were those frequent instances in which Sahagún's language results offensive to our 21st century sensibilities. This is a political aspect of the text. Legitimate questions were posed. For example, whenever the Spanish text expressed sexist and misogynistic tendencies, raising the issue of whether these tendencies reflected colonial Spanish ideological distortions, or parallel pre-Hispanic Nahua prejudices, because they also lived in a patriarchal society and very hierarchical too. As we confronted passages of a sexist or otherwise discriminatory character, we occasionally provided explanatory footnotes, always mindful of not burdening our readers with that excessive critical apparatus. I deliberated with the editors about translating words such as Indian, Indio, natives, naturales, or even sodomite, sodomita. Use perhaps euphemisms to avoid reproducing discriminatory notions that were common in the 16th century but are intolerable today? No. I ultimately decided to include such terms to more accurately reflect Sahagún's language, the colonial language of Sahagún, words and all, in order for readers to understand the true nature of the colonial society and its language as presented in the Historia General, a work that indeed depicts common prejudices of the period and that was expressly and deliberately produced to function as a tool of religious conversion and cultural colonization. This obvious fact does not detract at all from the extraordinary testimonial value, aesthetic beauty, anthropological and linguistic depth, and yes, the generous spirit of the work of Sahagún and his indigenous collaborators, who left for us in the Florentine Codex a historical and ethnographical work of unparalleled breadth and scope that is now reborn in the digital realm for all the world to enjoy. Thanks to the team, and thank you all for being here with us. That's all. Taskamati.
Now we have the Q&A. Kevin Terraciano and myself, Diana Magaloni, will be making some questions to our panelists. First of all, I want to congratulate each of you. It's an amazing, amazing work. And I let Kevin Terraciano have the first question.
Okay, thank you, Diana. We want to pose one question to each of the 9 presenters in 15 minutes. So we will need to be brief. If we don't have time for questions from the audience, we'll have a transcript of those questions and we'll try to follow up after this brief session. Okay. First, a brief comment and then a question for Kim and Alicia. Kim, nobody has contributed more to this project than you. Back in 2015, you had the grand vision. You worked with GRI leadership, former director Tomas Getkins, and now current director Mary Miller, the Seaver Foundation, the Getty Trust, to help secure the support and funding for such an ambitious project. You recruited talented people to work on the project. You've worked with many colleagues and institutions, and you played a leading role in organizing this conference today. None of this would have happened without you, Kim. And your GRI colleague, Alicia, has contributed so much as well. You two are an amazing team. I sincerely thank you both. My question for both of you, what were some of the most challenging, difficult aspects of the project now in retrospect?
Well, there were so many, and your introduction just now just might have given a glimpse. I think one of the, and we were just discussing this yesterday evening, Alicia and I, we think it was the pandemic. We had just gotten our, secured the funding. We just hired our team. We were about to turn everything up. Alana had been here a couple of months, and Berenice had just arrived on the Monday in March of 2020, and on Friday we went into lockdown. And luckily we were all set up to do a collaborative project that was digital, and we took our laptops and went home, and then didn't leave our dining room tables for a year and a half. And there were different challenges, childcare, being isolated, not knowing people in the city. And yet I think we all kept saying, as we were traumatized by what was going on around us, the Florentine Codex is keeping us going. This work on the Florentine Codex is keeping us going. We're able to sort of connect in, with this incredible work on an even more profound emotional level, because like them, we were going through a pandemic. So I think we even though this was a challenge, the love for the Codex carried us through. Mm-hmm. Alicia, you had.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. I'm also kind of inclined to say everything was challenging. This was new to us, and I think it's fair to say that probably a project quite like this was new to all of us. We'd never done something like this before, so there was a lot of learning along the way. And in the beginning, there was this vision. And then as a project manager, I was working with Kim to figure out how to realize that vision. And so there was just a lot to learn. And then also the scale of this project. There was orchestration of people and content, right? And so the human scale was large, constant communication and organization, and then also the content side. So managing, editing, organizing, keeping all of that in line. So yeah, there were so many challenges.
And of course, we keep emphasizing the gratitude, but again, our amazing partners in crime in Gujarati were doing such an amazing job, Matt. You know,
Continues.
Yeah, and we will continue, but he just kept, you know, the team there just kept helping us along because, you know, we are not technological people, and yet they made it understandable for us to do our part, and hopefully, you know, we could we can convey our desires. So it was a really great working relationship.
Excellent. So I have a question for in taking into account what just was said by Kim and Alicia about the pandemic. I think now that we have the experience of living through a pandemic, maybe we can think differently the way the Florentine Codex was produced. And so I have, because of the evidence that Leon brought about with these three participants dialogue, thrive dialogue, and also by a question in the Q&A that we have technically, like that talked about what was the process. The images were created first, or the text was created first. And just, I want us to think about, it is normally think that because, I mean, the books, some of the books, you see it in book 11, and especially in book 12, you have the lines that have the two columns, then you have the text, and then some of the vignettes are left without being painted or even drawn. So we have assumed that the texts were written before, and then the images were placed later. But within the pandemic, there's a lot of collaboration. We know that the sickness would have kept many just, you know, located at the College of Santa Cruz. It was a very contagious pestilence. So I just want, Leon, you brought an amazing example. What do you think about this process? And now that you brought this up, how do you think about it? And of course, then Mary, what do you think of these same questions? So let's start with Leon and then continue with Mary.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. I think that the process of creating the manuscript was very dynamic. Most of the translations were already done when the scribes and the Tlacuilo were making the manuscript, with the presence of Sahagún always. So we really need an in-depth investigation, for which the Digital Florentine Codex is going to be essential to really ascertain, you know, what the process is in which the manuscript is being revised, a new paragraph is being added, perhaps, or if it's just happening spontaneously, or if there's a method to it. We have to look it up. You see, I just have to say that I encountered that dialogue with the images and the text constantly, you see, and of course, at this moment was just to point out when there were some inconsistencies in the pronouns that were transferred from the Nahuatl to the Spanish, you see, when they are describing the image, you see. So you can see that even at this moment, when they are describing this thing, they are looking at the image and telling the Sahagún and the scribes, look, this is what's happening. And you find that in several instances in the codex, but we need a systematic research about that.
Thank you. Mary, so what are your feelings about that process? In what, like, how do you see the group of artists working together? That would be just complementary to what Leon said.
Yeah, I would say that there are different instances in different books. And, you know, it's almost difficult to put words to it because some of it just comes out as a feeling. You could just kind of get a sense of how they're working. And I would say that, you know, book 12 has its own feel, book 11 has its own feel. And what I mean by that is that there is just a different way of making that seems to be responsive to content and maybe also circumstance. I guess circumstance being the context and the time. And I think some of that comes through in the way that figures are kind of blurring the boundaries between works, I guess, like oeuvres, where so you have maybe the face that is very much, you know, artist R or artist B being added into somebody that is artist A or J. And then again, with some of the hatching, I think that might be kind of like an art editor in some cases where you have the production process within image making, not necessarily always working from line to color. You have some instances where it goes from color to line work, particularly in book 11, right at the top. So the identification process isn't necessarily as straightforward, where you look at the line and you can kind of figure out who it's going to be from the line, because they test you, right? You kind of have to be agile in your way of approaching the identification and really kind of get a sense of how they expressed, then also what that mode of making might have been within a given book. So really it's case by case, but on the whole, I think they do have their own means of expressing themselves while also coming together and working within some groups, almost like family groups of styles.
Okay, great.
Quali, tlamastiket Eduardo Nicpia se tlatlanalis se favor. Tengo una pregunta, por favor, en dos partes. Uno.
I have a question. First, did you know something about the Florentine Codex before this project? And two, as a speaker of Nahuatl, as a wise Nahuatl speaker, what does it mean, this Florentine Codex, for you and for your community? Thank you. Thank you for your questions. I didn't know if the Florentine Codex existed until I went to Zacatecas and I went to study my master's. I started to study about the agricultural ceremony, and one of my professors said, you need to speak more about the past. And I said, I know this from my grandparents. And he said, look, for the Florentine Codex, I didn't know what it was. I had seen or I had listened and heard about it, and I had heard it mentioned a lot, but I didn't know what it was. Slowly, I started to get to know it. I started reading book 11 that speak about the corn and how they would select the grains to plant for the harvest in agriculture. I didn't know about this fountain of knowledge, and the importance about the second question as a Nahuatl speaker. It is very important for me and for the Nahuatl community, not just for the Huasteca Nahuatl, but for all the variants. It is the first time that Nahuatl speakers can look at these sources of knowledge, of history, of the conquest, of medicines. This is a huge fountain of knowledge that was only studied by academics, by foreigners. And the majority of investigations or research was always in foreign languages. That was not in Nahuatl and in the main language that the codex was written. Thanks to this wonderful project and the vision of Getty, there is an inclusion of these indigenous voices. This is a great step. One of the projects that has also become very close to the communities and the indigenous communities is the project that Stephanie Wood developed on the dictionary. They observed as well the Huasteca Nahuatl. Until now, I have gotten to know these two projects. I am very grateful. I recognize all the hard work. I know this has not been an easy job, but I think many people will enjoy this project to be able to read the Florentine Codex in their mother tongue. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yo quisiera preguntarle a Sabina, porque fue muy
I would like
interesante.
to ask Sabina. Your question was very interesting. You said that the language is a way of communicating with words, but also of culture and tradition. You said that the presence of the translation of contemporary Nahuatl in the digital Florentine Codex is fundamental. Do you think, how do you think this can affect the communities of the communities that speak Nahuatl? How could this impact your community and other Nahuatl communities? First of all, I would like to thank you for your question. This has been a beautiful experience. And with regards to the question, I'm not sure how it will affect the communities that speak Nahuatl, but the Nahuatl is losing the modern Nahuatl language. The communities, the younger generations are not speaking Nahuatl. I hope that with a classical Nahuatl that is closer to the Codex, I think, as my colleague Eduardo was saying, I did not know of the Codex when I started working in the Institute. I understood that there were books of the class of the old Nahuatl. My specialization of research is on medicinal plants. I was surprised because there were images. There were images and I didn't know their names in Spanish. Is for the new generation, it saddens me that the younger generations don't speak the language. So this study depends on the new generations to know a bit more maybe about the Codex. Thank you.
Roxanne, you're a recent graduate of the MA program in Latin American Studies at UCLA, where you did a thesis on book 10 of the Florentine Codex, where you took 9 classes in Nahuatl with Tlamachticat Sabina. And now you have participated in the DFC by analyzing the scribal hands. What does the Codex and project mean to you?
Thank you for your question. So I first learned about the digital Florentine Codex in 2019 in one of Professor Lisa Souza's courses at Occidental College. There, Kim presented about the DFC and the class collaborated with Occidental College's special collections and the GRI to learn how to create metadata and use digital tools to research the Florentine Codex, both in individual projects and group projects. And for myself, as a first-generation student, it exposed me to entirely new ways of learning, research, and even careers. I had no idea about firsthand historical research, and this type of scholarship could be done using original historical writings, unique digital methods, and through collaborative efforts. To have been able to then participate as a peer reviewer 4 years later, and as someone who recently completed an MA thesis on the Florentine Codex, which was inspired by the work I did in Professor Souza's class, the DFC and the Florentine Codex continues to teach me similar lessons of education, history, and collaboration. And honestly, more importantly to myself, teaching me lessons of education, history, and community, how to center people and learning in my work, and how to extend these experiences to people I know, many who are also people of color and children of parents who came to the US years ago, like my parents, and whether or not they had the privilege to attend college or not.
Thank you so much, Roxanne.
I think we concluded our questions, no?
I have a question from Matt, actually.
Yes.
Matt, if you don't mind, this is really a state-of-the-art project, and I've been using a pilot version of the site in the last few weeks, and I'm beginning to appreciate its complex design, although I don't really understand it fully. The IIIF and Canvas panel and Meta technology, the image tagging. All I know is that it's really fun to use. And so my question for you is, what do you think is the most innovative feature of the site? How does the site differ from others on which you have worked with Digerati, in your opinion?
I think it really comes back to some of the things that other panelists like Alicia and Kim mentioned earlier. And a big part of it is like the complexity of the underlying source data and the scale of that data. We've built similar projects in the past that use IIIF. Tom Crane at Digerati and myself were involved with IIIF really right from the start. So in that sense, it's not different, but in other senses, trying to bring together so many different kinds of information in multiple languages and make it be coherent and easy to use, and also to be fast. I mean, the development site, if you're using that a few weeks ago, wasn't fast because it was all kind of dynamic data, and now it should be fast. And that's a challenge with that level of complexity while still keeping the kind of interactivity that the site has. So I think it's really about combining scale and the kind of richness of the source data while maintaining that usability, or attempting to maintain that usability. Hopefully people find it easy to use and exciting or fun to use. So I think it's really about combining complexity with scale in a way that doesn't feel like it's like that to this person using it. I think that's where, so it's not it's as much a matter of degree as it is, a complete change of approach. It's just using an existing approach in a much more kind of involved way. I think that's the primary thing I would say.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much.
We have a question for Berenice as well. I don't know if she...
I'm sorry.
Is Berenice with us? Did we ask Berenice a question?
No, we haven't. I'm so sorry. I have written up, like, Berenice, I really admire your work and your presentation, and something that I really wanted to congratulate you and to speak about is just that the tagging of each image actually helps to it is kind of like a Pandora box, or like these matrushkas. You see the image and then you tag one thing and it opens a layer and a concept. And then by going deeper and deeper into the language, you see how image and language are really one single unit. And I just wanted for you to talk a little bit more about that connection, because we always talk about the connection between images and text, but I think that in your work, it is actually where you see language and visual language aligning the most.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, indeed. It's an amazing task I had to accomplish, and I hope, well, I did my best, but there were these questions at the center of the work. Is this a translation or just an help in order to understand the image? So it's not a translation. I was speaking about the voice of the painter, but I didn't mean writing like that, no. But it's the tags are only there in order to help understanding what is on the image. I tried to make them descriptive and not too much analytics, no, because I was finding also some ways of picturing some concepts. But when I started to invent also, like to create some tags, very conceptual or abstracts, in the end, I removed them because, as you say, when you open the box, it can go much further. So it was, I tried to stay descriptive, but it's true that there is all semantic clouds. Every time I was putting, I don't know, like a rabbit after, oh, but it's also a mammal, and I've got the tag for mammal now, or quadruped, or this kind of thing. So the more difficult for me in the end was to remember every tag I have been creating in order also to be consistent and always tag the image when the tag exists. No, so yeah, but we are exactly in between text and image, also thought, but I prefer to let the user also make his own research and in combining these tags and filters. So yeah, but thank you very much for your comment.
This is good. And I have a question for, I guess, Roxanne and Mary, and I think also you, Berenice, in this. I think book 11, it's a very particular book. It is very difficult to identify artist hands in book 11 because, of course, the features, the human features in animals and in plants are very different. And so do you think that there's some special treatment and some special participants that are creating that book? In a sense, book 12 is also created by specific writers and scribes. So could you talk about those two books a little bit more?
So I think within book 11, there were ways in which I found it, in some ways, I found it actually to be an easier book to identify artist hands than some of the other books. And then there were certain areas of book 11 that I found more complicated. So I would say in some cases, book 11 felt less challenging because there's less changing from image to image for the most part. Whereas within some of the other books, you get really quick turnovers. And the collaboration, such as in book 12, you'll have like 2 or 3 hands within a group of 10 images. I think in book 11, you have these long runs sometimes of the same artists, and those I find to be very clear to identify. But then there are segments that are not very clear to identify simply because it's challenging to make a clear identification of some of the painted portions simply without doing the chemical, the material analyses, which you've done, yeah. Whereas the line work, you can make those IDs, but that's not necessarily all that's needed for that attribution. So you could make a partial attribution, but you can't make the full attribution. And it's possible that they're doing both, but again, the hand would change within those groups, whereas the paint wouldn't. So you see a little bit more of the process of production. Similarly, we have another grouping within it where it's clear that there is like an editorial addition of cross-hatching, where that doesn't seem to be maybe the initial part of the image production. So you see kind of it's not revision so much, but somebody coming back in and doing a second pass. So yes, you see a little bit of that collaborative process and making those one and done clear attributions. It makes it a little bit more difficult. But overall, I think within book 11, artists were working within larger segments, whereas I think in some of the other books, they were working in smaller portions. So I did find that one just to be a little bit easier to go with, though, you know.
Roxanne, do you have the same feeling with the scribes?
Do you want to do that one?
I'm speaking about the scribes.
Actually, we have to break. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I would have loved to continue this discussion, but our AV techs have to get a lunch break before we start up again in barely half an hour. So, and I see there are a lot of questions in the Q&A, and we will sit here and answer them by text. And I hope you all get a nice little break. We will be back at 1:30 and we'll continue with our afternoon panel and hear from our wonderful colleagues and their digital projects. Thank you so much, Diana and Kevin, for your questions, and good job, everybody, on your presentations. Woohoo!
Hola amigos, muy buenas tardes. Soy Baltasar Brito.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Baltasar Brito, and I'm very happy to have been invited by the Getty Institute to participate in this presentation on the Florentine Codex and digital version, of course. So my presentation is titled Codex Mendoza, Tradition and Technology. Currently, in Mexico City, there are 3 bibliographic and documentary repositories. The history of these centers can go back at least as far as the 19th century. We have the General Archive of the Nation, the National Library for Mexico, and the National Anthropological and History Library. Despite their antiquity, all 3 centers maintain current and functional to the best of their ability, and they have always tried to keep up with the times. In the case of the National Library on Anthropology and History, whose origin can be traced back to 1825 with the founding of the National Museum by Guadalupe Victoria, Mexico's first president. As part of the National Institute of Anthropology and History, it is immersed in a program that encourages the application of new technologies in the daily work of its specialists. In the last decade, researchers and other NIH workers have made use of chemistry, robotics, and information technology to facilitate their work experiences. As examples of this, we see the application of nanotechnology in the restoration of documents in different INAH archives, or the use of anoxic showcases, whose special gases prevent the oxidation of ancient documents used in an exhibition. In archaeology, the cases of Bitachi 1 and Tlaloque 1 became famous. The first is the name of one of the drones used by INAH to fly over the archaeological sites of Las Labradas and Cerro de la Máscara. Both of these areas are located in Sinaloa. The second is a small motorized robot that has been used inside the Temple of the Feathered Serpents and in the caves that underlie the base of the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan. Both technological tools, together with the georeferential positioning systems and laser scanning that exist today, make it possible to obtain images of places that were previously inaccessible. They provide valuable information to archaeologists and researchers of our pre-Hispanic history. The National Library of Anthropology is no stranger to this institutional policy. At the beginning of my administration, in conjunction with the Technical Secretariat of INAH, we developed a project to provide new tools for the study of documents of Indigenous tradition in our country. I am specifically referring to the digital edition of the Codex Mendoza, the first computer resource specialized in the study, preservation, and dissemination of a Mexican pictographic manuscript. It's located abroad, specifically in the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the UK. We could therefore say that this project served as a digital repatriation for all of our fellow citizens. The Codex Mendoza is one of the main sources for the study of the Nahua culture, developed in the central region of our country. In it, several historical, political, economic, and cultural aspects concerning the Mexica dominion at the time before the Spanish conquest were recorded by means of indigenous pictographs and text in Spanish. It is believed that behind its manufacture was Don Antonio de Mendoza, the first viceroy of New Spain. He thought it would be a gift to the Spanish crown, and therefore demonstrate the high level of civilization that some of the Mesoamerican peoples had reached, especially those of the central region. Unfortunately, while crossing the sea, the document was intercepted by the French entities and fell into the hands of various European collectors. The last of them was John Selden. After his death, the codex passed to the Bodleiana, the repository that is currently preserving it for all of mankind. The physical characteristics and the content of this codex are a faithful reflection of its time of creation, a few times after the conquest. We can see the idiosyncrasy of its creators, as well as the harmonious conjunctions between European and Mesoamerican culture, Spanish and Nahuatl, and the communication codes used by the tlacuilos and scribes to represent their ideas by means of pictographs and Latin characters. All of the above provided an extraordinary challenge for this new project to transfer the information from an ancient manuscript to a digital one. One risk was that we would not maintain its complexity and meaning. So with this in mind, the editing team of the Codex Mendoza set out the following objectives. In the short term, the first objective was to allow the codex to be accessed from anywhere in the world. The second goal was to create a free, bilingual, and easily accessible edition for researchers. Third, to integrate different levels of understanding of its context, material, and content. In the long term, the goals were to create a research module within the digital resource where users could add, extract, and share information. Also, to apply the knowledge generated by this experience to elaborate digital editions of other codices. And three, create a precedent for a virtual repatriation policy of documents that were relevant to the Mexican nation. In order to make these goals a reality, the editorial team planned the design of the application, and it had the following features. Multimedia resources that would allow us to integrate and interconnect in the same site texts such as monographs, studies, articles, and bibliography with images and videos. iconic design and navigation to synthesize the information displayed and at the same time refer us to the nature of the digitally represented documents, as well as a simple interface design and agile navigation for all audiences. With this in mind, the Bodleian Library of Oxford was asked to provide us with the images of the codex at a resolution of 600 dots per inch. Francis Burden and Baltasar Brito were in charge of curating all content, while Peter Stokes, a specialist in digital manuscripts from King's College London, offered different consultancies to optimize the functionality and navigation of the edition. The paleography of the Spanish text was carried out, and the comments made by Berdan and Patricia Reed Anahuac were made as well. Additionally, Vania Ramirez, Ernesto Miranda, and Noemi Cadena, who at the time worked at the National Institute of Anthropology, were in charge of the editorial design and supervised the computer work carried out by the company Manuvo. Finally, once the digital edition was completed, it was hosted on a website and an application for the iOS operating system. Among the advantages offered by a publication of this type, we have the following. Thanks to the Zoom tool, the material characteristics of the documents can be studied in greater detail. The links allow us to refer researchers to remotely hosted informative and multimedia elements. This also allows us to broaden the compression of the contents. Another of the most novel contributions is the navigation and knowledge of the codex through a spatial dimension, but with the use of maps and geographical representations. The accessibility to the pictographic document is the most important advantage of the digital Mendoza Codex. Most of the printed editions of this codex are currently out of print. In addition, I must emphasize that the texts are in English and Spanish, which makes it universally understandable. Finally, luck was generous with our work. From the experience gained in this project, new editions were produced. The Codex Boturini and the Codex Dresden, which in addition to having their own augmented reality application, were accompanied by a facsimile copy in Amate, handcrafted by the people of San Pablito Pahuatlan in Puebla. This is the way in which the National Library of Anthropology has been able to combine tradition and modernity. The projects have been well received by researchers and the general public as well. And we see the views on the websites that are proof of this. Unfortunately, since INAH is a government agency, we sometimes lack the necessary resources to update the technology that we use. This has caused us some problems in keeping our applications up to date. However, to date, through agreements and the efforts of our colleagues in the information technology area of the library and the Institute, we have managed to keep our projects afloat. And we are well aware that the technology of 2014 has been completely surpassed by the technology that exists nowadays, where artificial intelligence can write, design, compose, and even interpret music with the voice and style of our favorite artists. We are working to not be left behind in this computer race. Meanwhile, I am happy to think that our efforts have inspired new technological projects, among them the one that the Getty Institute is pleased to present today, the first critical digital edition of the Florentine Codex. Taking into consideration that this viceregal codex created by Fray Bernardino de Sahagún and his indigenous informants is made up of 12 books that integrate texts in Spanish, Nahuatl, and numerous pictographs, the first impression we have in this regard is the enormous effort made by this institute to achieve its goal and offer us an interface that manages to bring together transcriptions, translations, descriptions of images, and research all on the same screen. I am sure that with the effort made by the Getty Institute and its professional group of researchers, the Medici Laurenciana Library, and Mexican institutions such as INAH, Mesoamerican pre-Hispanic culture will be understood and studied from anywhere in the world. There is no doubt that today, the echo of Mexican indigenous voices reverberates unbeatable in the digital area.
Felicitando ampliamente al Getty, al equipo tan interesante de investigadores, porque me parece que hicieron un gran esfuerzo que tendrá
I
un gran...
believe that they made a huge effort. It will impact all the future studies. I would like to take advantage to also comment that the Institute of Anthropology and the library have 3 codex that we don't know of. We will give more information in the future. Also, I would like to present our next researcher. She knows a lot about non-Hispanic texts. She works on digital libraries, and she is also a wonderful friend and colleague. These are some of the qualities that define her. This is Stephanie Wood, who will present now on Nahuatl hieroglyphics.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be introduced by the great Baltasar, and so happy to see you all. Thank you for the invitation. And for those of you in the audience, thank you for listening in today. Okay, so again, thank you for the invitation. Thank you to those who are listening, and a huge congratulations to the Digital Florentine Codex team at the Getty for creating such a fabulous resource. I'm here today to share a little bit about my own digital collections. I got my start in the creation of digital resources for understanding Nahua voices and perspectives by collaborating in the creation of an online dictionary. This project enjoyed the support of the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Science Foundation, which was very nice. It was created with the huge contributions that came from John Sullivan and the native speakers at IDIAS in Zacatecas, including Eduardo de la Cruz and Sabina Cruz and many more. They contributed their monolingual dictionary of contemporary Eastern Huasteca Nahuatl and digital versions of the dictionary of Fran Cartnan and the 16th century vocabulary, the 1571 side of Alonso de Molina. My contribution, besides serving as grant writer and editor, was to add passages from published alphabetic manuscripts dating from the 16th through the 18th centuries, with their translations to English and Spanish, to flesh out the vocabularies with time depth, regional variations, and multiple meanings. The aggregation or amassing of attestations helps us see polyvalence and nuance of meaning. Content continues to flow into this dictionary database that is behind this web interface, and the publication of the Florentine Codex in digital form by the Getty Research Institute will be a huge boon to this popular reference work. I'm proud to report that we now have 150,000 plus users per year. Because pictorial manuscripts from indigenous communities of early Mexico also have short texts, my next digital collection, the Mapas project, which was also created with NEH support, involved digitally atomizing pictorial manuscripts and adding metadata to each component. The collection includes text and image with translations and descriptions, all made searchable and comparable. But I quickly came to see that a fuller and separate study that singles out hieroglyphs could be very useful. Research into Nawa hieroglyphs has increased in pace in the past couple of decades, but glyph analysis tends to appear mainly in print in books about a given codex, so almost siloed information. The good news is that more and more manuscripts are being published with high resolution images online, and they're being made available with fewer copyright restrictions than they used to have. So this has allowed for the quality capture or harvesting of good-sized hieroglyphs with a good resolution for close study. So my latest digital collection captures Nawa hieroglyphs from a range of 16th century manuscripts and analyzed by multiple scholars. The aims are to understand the graphic communication system better, look for relationships between hieroglyphs, alphabetic writings, and oral traditions, and how hieroglyphs evolve, generally seeing what we can learn about the culture, society, economy, and governance of indigenous communities from pre-contact times and while under Spanish rule. The idea is for this collection to be crowdsourced and have a broad audience of students, teachers, researchers in ethnohistory, art history, language, linguistics, and more. This project enjoyed 9 months of financial support from the Library of Congress, where I was given the Kislak Chair in the early Americas. As a result, I've been able to have a small team of data entry specialists, image editors, and the valuable guidance of native speaker Ofelia Cruz Morales. Right now, we have about 2,000 glyphs from the Codex Mendoza, dating from about 1541, and roughly 2,500 glyphs from the Matricula de Huexotzinco, dated 1560. This matricula has something like 11,000 glyphs in all, so bringing in this material is taking some time. But between these two manuscripts alone, we have already a notable quantity of both place names and personal names, and the hieroglyphic compounds included in this database contain examples of nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, particles, possessives, plurals, sometimes even whole sentences. So the variety is great. And the hieroglyphic, and the glyphs from additional manuscripts are coming in gradually. So we have some from the Florentine Codex, and we hope to have a lot more now that this project is digital and available online. We're awaiting a considerable number of hieroglyphs from the Codex Xolotl, a project of Ben Johnson, Gordon Whitaker, Kasia Mikulska, and Agnieszka Brilak. Baltasar Brito has also been immensely supportive and collaborative in this project. Meanwhile, the visual lexicon is already online and accessible as we compile more and more content. Please bear with us as we continue to flesh out some of the entries and add more records on a daily basis. Things like descriptions, which actually add some accessibility for people with vision issues, analysis, we're transcribing glosses and normalizing them. We're translating, we're keywording in Spanish and English. We're identifying relevant Nahuatl dictionary terms, adding lots of tags and metadata, such as 106 tags for cultural content, 76 shape features, 64 tags about syntax, and so on. Mary and Roxanne might find it interesting that we are tracking speech scrolls and anatomy and landscape features, just so much more. But it's kind of fun and it's kind of exciting to see what the potential will be. Meanwhile, let's move on to the next slide. With the plan of eventually hosting glyphs from the Codex Xolotl, Ben Johnson generously gave me part of his NEH grant to support the visual lexicon, and he contributed ideas about how to shape it. Gordon Whitaker has also been instrumental. He organized a seminar in 2017 where we began imagining how to structure the database. And during this seminal time, Gordon's book emerged. His work has impacted my own work immensely, although any mistakes in the visual lexicon, of course, remain my own. Here's an example of the work of Gordon and how how much it has helped. We have an example of a compound hieroglyph here for the place name Xocoyotltepec. It comes from the Codex Mendoza, so again from about 1541. The artist could have just included the sorrel plant, the Xocoyoli, and the hill, Tepec, and that would have covered the place name quite well. But perhaps the artist was worried that people might not recognize the plant. So to ensure the reading, perhaps, he added the foot, which provides the phonetic show of the place name, the foot of a dancer who wears bells, coyoli, on his ankle. So while the Xocoyoli sorrel plant glyph might be read in any language, this show plus coyoli, the phonetic complements here, require a knowledge of Nahuatl tied specifically to that language. On the lower left side of this slide, you can see another example of Xocoyol, in this case as a personal name, and it has just the foot and the bell with no need for the Xocoyoli plant. Here, the elements are logographic, and I suspect the person's name refers to directly to the dancer's anklet bell. Thanks to the groundbreaking work of Gordon, along with the work of Maria del Carmen Herrera, for example, we are tracking this syllable show relating to foot or meanings such as the ped and pedestrian, accumulating multiple attestations and watching for variations and evolution. And here you can see how we include the compound hieroglyphs in the database in association with their elements, their parts. We also include all the glosses that are available, as the glosses can help immensely with the identification of the morphemes that the hieroglyphs represent. In this slide, you can see how aggregating a variety of attestations of footprints reveals considerable polyvalence in their interpretation. So besides including the noun foot, we have nouns such as road, highway, or market represented here. And we have verbs such as go, come, arrive, flee, run fast, cross over, stand, and descend, all things that feet do. So they're all logical. Some are phonetic and some are logographic as they're used in the hieroglyphs. Because there are more than these few examples, there are many, we've decided to create an advanced search option in the online interface where the user can ask to see hieroglyphs that include footprints, because there could easily be a study of this fascinating feature. We also have lots of other options to choose in the advanced search interface, but I'll talk about more about that in a minute. Here we see logographic and phonetic syllables are something that various scholars of Nahuatl hieroglyphs have been researching. This one in particular, the wa syllable, is one that we began to track for the database. It relates to possession. And here we see three already identified wa syllables in the form of leaves, the grasping hand, and stripes or face paint. There are different interpretations, whether those stripes are wawana, to draw stripes, or face paint, shawali. But either way, it is agreed this is a wa syllable. And face paint and making stripes, of course, overlap semantically. So these leaves, hands, and stripes do not play a semantic role in the hieroglyphs, only a phonetic role. And readers must know Nahuatl, or they could be confused as to why these additional visuals are there in the hieroglyphs. So Alfonso Lacadena's double stroke wa, here standing for the second syllable in the Nahuatl word for woman, siwat, as seen on the left from the Codex Mendoza, is somewhat redundant because the hairstyle is already a dead giveaway for woman. But the link between the double stroke wa and the word for woman shows some very interesting expressions in the Matricula de Huexotzinco. In the second example from the left, the artist uses the double stroke for the wa in Tetzawa to make solid, and the head of the woman provides the other part of the full name, which is Tetzautziwa, solid woman, perhaps. Interestingly, this is a man's name. In the third example from the left, we find a man's head with a double stroke on his cheek to suggest woman, because his name, as the gloss tells us, is woman-like. Incidentally, there's a whole raft of men's names that include Siwat in some form, woman. So I'm just waiting for a full gender analysis to emerge from a study of these personal names. Finally, in the fourth example, the double stroke by itself stands for Siwat in the ethnic label Cuetlaxteca woman. And this time the glyph and the gloss do in fact refer directly to a specific woman and not to a man in this case. In these two personal names, we have more examples of signs that provide a phonetic wa syllable in the form of speech scrolls, nawat, and a gourd bowl, wakali. Again, the role of these signs is primarily phonetic, but a gourd bowl could also be seen as possessing something by way of containing it. But that's not, it's not, Taiwan doesn't have anything to do with bowls, but it does, there's in a sense possession in the company of others. This person is sort of possessed or held in this group of people. Amaranth, which is Wautli in Nawat, can also represent the Wa phonogram, but in addition, and here we see it, it can supply Wow and Quao phonograms, as we have so far found in the Vergara Codex and the Matricula de Huexotzinco. When a tree, Quawik, is also present, the Wautli can serve as a phonetic complement, not really necessary, but to ensure the correct reading, as we see in these examples. Now, moving on to another phonetic syllable, nen, which comes from the Nahuatl word nenet, I want to start by showing how one can see the three definitions of nenet represented visually. I've grouped them as best I can, despite some overlapping iconography. The group of deity images especially shows some overlap with the group of dolls, which makes me wonder if they're both considered some kind of Ixiptlat or special representation. As Keiko Yoneda has noticed, these faces are all shown in a frontal view, which makes them different from most portraits of people, which are typically shown in profile, not frontal face view. So we are tracking perspectives, frontal face, profile view, and so on in the database, because I think this is going to be significant as we get more and more hieroglyphs in the collection. Anyway, these definitions of nenet as deity image, doll, or woman's genitals all come from Molina's Vocabulario of 1571. And the examples you see all come from the Matricula de Huexotzinco. So far, we only have one in the bottom row that seems to refer to genitals as identified by Gordon Whitaker, where the metaphor, the precious jade stone metaphor appears next to the woman's hip, perhaps as a hint to what appears under the skirt. And only in that one example, what we are seeing is nene, and not just ne, and not more common nen. To my knowledge, Alfonso La Cadena in the Party Journal of 2008 was the first to identify the nenet glyphs as representative of the ne syllable, the indefinite reflexive, which means something like each other, mutual perspective. But I'm discovering much more support in this collection so far for nen, which is the other option. Jose Batalla Rosado has mentioned in a study that recently came out of Warsaw. Regardless of how the nenet element is defined as deity, image, doll, or genitals, the visual representations seem to stand primarily for the particle nen, the phonogram, as we see here, and it usually means a negative or useless characteristics of people and things. So just to give a couple more examples of the value of aggregating Nawa hieroglyphs, I'd like to share how fruitful it has been to track two hallmarks of alphabetic and oral Nahuatl that take a visual expression in glyphs in reduplication and diphrasis. This slide shares several examples of hieroglyphs with their glosses transcribed, which provide an alphabetic and a visual reduplication of syllables, such as kwakwa, tete, sese, toto, pepena. And these are in several cases plurals, but some of them also represent distributive actions. So for instance, picking flowers is a process that one does to each flower individually. Here are some more examples. Wawana, the double stroke that you've already seen, representing the wa syllable, can also be recognized here as a visual reduplication in the word wawana, because it has that double syllable, wawa. While I'm certain that visual reduplication is a phenomenon in Nahuatl hieroglyphs, I must admit that we do not always find this kind of reduplication that is both visual and alphabetic or oral. So at some point, we hope to be able to quantify how often this happens. Here are some intriguing examples where artists or writers have used short or squiggly lines to suggest repeated action in the visuals to correspond with repeated syllables in the glosses. So here I think of the great work of James Matthey on movement, which finds expression in a number of ways in hieroglyphs. So what we're seeing, these little dashes of lines around the flowers or the hand or the hammers suggest repeated and distributed movement in my view. So research into the concept of tonali, which Alison Kaplan aptly calls a solar-derived animating force, has also led me to amass examples of glyphs which feature tonali. Here are a few that also use short lines or rays to suggest shine or vibrance, it would seem. The two examples on the right involve reduplication of the first syllable too, the tona. And so they tie in with that last group. I like to think of visual tonali as vibrance, which is a shine that includes movement, because I think we're seeing movement in some of this shine. Finally, one more feature of alphabetic Nahuatl that I'm tracking in the visual lexicon database is this expression of metaphorical couplets as a kind of visual diphrasis. Because these metonymic series are often two, but sometimes more, as Daniel Deuve has pointed out, Angel Maria Garibay came up with the term diphrasis, two phrases, two couplet is another adequate term. Elizabeth Boone and Kasia Mikulska, Mercedes Montes de Oca Vega, and probably others have identified examples of diphrasis in hieroglyphs. And so I've been on the lookout for more to see just how common it might be that this alphabetic phenomenon coincides with the hieroglyphic. So here we see examples of, the arrow and the shield for war. In this visual diphrase, a few examples of the one in Tlatinoli about flooding and conflagration or scorched earth, meaning war or apocalypse. I want to note that we are beginning to insert into the database our own photos of pre-contact stone carvings that represent the same visual diphrases, or actually other hieroglyphs, whatever glyphs we happen to have, if we can find them from pre-contact monuments, we're trying to include those now as a help to compare and look for change over time and so on. I would like to wrap this up by reasserting that databases enable us to amass copious examples, what I think of as aggregation, in the general sense of clustering, but also in the modern sense of providing links, given that we provide thousands of links between glyphs and between glyphs and their definitions online, and to other examples of such glyphs in related digital collections, to links in their manuscripts of origin as well. So by using a relational database of hieroglyphs, we can describe them, track their size, shape, colors, number of parts, reading order, perspectives such as bird's eye or frontal or profile, as mentioned earlier, syntax, semantics, perhaps most importantly, cultural themes that the glyphs highlight. Additionally, we're tracking visual ligatures, visual sound, visual smells, and iconography that verges on writing, such as certain symbols associated with maize. We're working on visual expressions of colonial religious influences. And our so-called discoveries that we're sharing here, which are really fairly modest. I hope we will see a great many more discoveries being made as this database grows and more scholars are plugging into it. We hope the result will be a great boon to better understanding regional, ethnic, and artistic differences in the writing system. By tracking manuscripts across the 16th century and across regions, we can look for changes that came with colonization, but also some significant cultural survivals against the odds. Thank you very much. Just want to add that crowdsourcing is welcomed and encouraged with full attribution. So those of you who work with hieroglyphs would be very welcome to contact me and get involved. Now, next up, I want to welcome Berenice Alcántara, who will speak to you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I will be sharing my screen. There we go. Perfect. Well, first off, I would like to thank the Getty Institute. Thank you for carrying out this project. We can finally see it here, and I would like to congratulate you all. I specifically would like to thank Kim and Alicia for bringing together such minds for carrying out this project. Thank you for the invite to collaborate as well. I helped to translate book 12, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. This is a project that we've been carrying out in Mexico in the UNAM as well. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, a large amount of documentation written in indigenous languages was produced in Mexico. Some of these documents are of an administrative and legal nature. Others are of historiographical nature, such as the Florentine Codex that brings us together today. Many others are religious, linked to the process of diffusion and appropriation of Christianity among the indigenous peoples and with the devotions and Catholic practices that were developed during this time. Today, we have received writings in the Nahuatl language, vocabularies, grammar and doctrines, translations of biblical passages, sermons, talks, confessional manuals, devotional treatises, spiritual exercises, the stories of saints, hymns, collections of various theatrical pieces. These works recover models and textual genres of European origin. Additionally, we have some atypical works, such as the Christian psalm in the Mexica language, ordered in psalms so that the indigenous could sing in the churches, and the Huehuetlactoli with the talks that fathers and mothers gave their children, all of a moral and political doctrine. These two works were prepared by Fray Bernardino de Sahagún and Fray Juan Batista, respectively, and elaborated thanks to the active collaboration of Nahuatl intellectuals. In these two works, we tried to match indigenous genre, models, and discursive practices with others coming from the old continents. Different actors were involved in the creation of all of these Christian texts, amongst them the friars themselves and several Nahuatl intellectuals, as well as professional scribes and typographers who participated in the copying or printing of many of them. In turn, amongst the users and receivers of these texts, we saw the religious people themselves who used them to transmit the Christian message to their indigenous parishioners. Many literate Nahuatl also used these texts. They were catechists, and other Nahuatl would acquire and read these texts for their personal devotion. Through these texts in the Nahuatl language, we can learn about the encounter between Catholicism and local cultures, how the strategies for the diffusion of Christianity implemented by the friars evolved, how and why Indigenous elements were incorporated, and how the Nahuatl language changed when it was compelled to express certain concepts, issues, and stories related to the Catholic religion. There are some studies on these texts, but there are texts that no one had looked at before. The sermons, for example, despite the importance that they had in their moment, have been scarcely approached and haven't really been translated. The sermon was a commentary on passages of the sacred scripture, in which the following were explained. They explained moral issues and various aspects of Catholic religious practice in daily life. To reinforce their arguments, the authors of these texts use quotations from authorities, examples, and comparisons, as well as other rhetorical elements. These sermons were made in public amongst the parishioners, and friars used images, gestures, and the intonation of their words to give more force to their words. We see that the chronicles and letters of the friars and other religious insist over and over again on the importance of preaching as the main instrument to spread and root Catholicism amongst the natives. They mention the amount of sermons that have reached down to that have arrived or been with us. In the Nahuatl language alone, we have been able to locate more than 2,000 sermons composed between the 16th and 18th centuries. To start working with this enormous corpus, I started in 2018 and joined the project Sermones en Mexicano at the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. I called together a group of specialists and students from Mexico, France, and the United States. The main objectives of this project were to make visible a documentary heritage in the Nahuatl language, to produce a consultation tool to facilitate the approach of these documents, and to systematically start the study and translation of some of these manuscripts. In our catalog, those who are interested can find detailed information on the sermons that make up some of the books and manuscripts of the 16th century that we have studied. In our files, we first identify the manuscript or the print in which the sermon under study is found, as well as the main author and the religious order to which this person belonged, as well as the title given to each sermon and the biblical quotation or theme which they used to assemble the sermon. Then, we include a summary of the content of each sermon. We also include the biblical quotations and the quotations from other authorities that were included, and present the main terms of the new Nahuatl Christian vocabulary that was used by the authors. The files conclude with a series of observations on matters of interest, in addition to extracts from the original text, in which we find those passages that we personally believe are most interesting. Our project also aimed to translate and create a complete edition of two important sermonaries of the 16th century. We carried out transcription and translation work in order to produce two types of editions. First, we had critical paper editions, where the transcription and translation of the sermons is accompanied by detailed introductory studies, and secondly, facsimile editions online. We created a special platform for this, and users can view the images of each of the folios of these manuscripts, accompanied by the respective transcription and translation in Spanish. We also allow the user to choose which windows he or she prefers to have open and which not. This is a unique development of its kind in Mexico. In the first stage of our project, we started to work with the earliest surviving manuscripts. These are from the mid-16th century, more or less. We decided to transcribe and translate two full manuscripts containing sermons written by Friar Bernardino de Sahagún and his circle of Nahuatl collaborators. Since Sahagún began to live closely with the Nahuatl as a professor at the Colegio de la Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco, which was intended to teach Latin and liberal arts to the young people of the local elites, he also began to devise a project with which he intended to collaborate in the spread of Catholicism. This project was based on the composition of two types of work. a history on the past of the Nahua people, the so-called universal history or general history on the things of the New Spain, and the Florentine Codex is its most finished version, as well as a vast collection of works on Christian themes. As he himself said in the prologue of his story, the evangelizers were like doctors, and history should serve to know in depth the disease of idolatry that had afflicted the natives, while the doctrinal text would be the cure that they should administer to their parishioners to put an end to these errors. Both types of works, those related to the general history and the text of evangelization, were complementary. They were part of the same project. Both types of works were composed in collaboration with a group of Nahua intellectuals trained by the Franciscans at the Colegio de Tlatelolco. We have already heard their names today. Men who decided to work with Sagun at different times in their lives and who matured as authors together with the friar. Of all the works produced by this group, the sermons were their first exercise. They were drafted in the 1540s, before Sagun thought of the general history and when his collaborators were very young and had just graduated from the Colegio de Tlatelolco. According to Sagun's own words, these sermons were not translated from any other seminary. They were composed with the capabilities of those Nahua who were beginning to approach Christianity back then. Now, the two manuscripts in which sermons associated with Sagun are preserved are very different from each other. Manuscript 1482 from the National Library of Mexico is a manuscript that was created in the mid-16th century according to the codicological study that we carried out as part of this project. Someone copied 35 sermons attributed to Friar Alonso de Escalona, one of the first Franciscans who arrived in New Spain and with whom Sahagún would have some problems years later in this specific manuscript, as well as 49 sermons that were attributed to Friar Bernardino de Sahagún. These sermons are divided into three sets. First, 15 sermons for the Sundays of Advent and Christmas time, then 3 sermons for the Sundays in various periods of the year, and finally 31 sermons with their own numbering for Lent. As they were copied by a third party from other previous manuscripts, it seems that neither Escalona nor Sahagún knew that some of their sermons ended up in this specific manuscript. It should be mentioned as well that this manuscript is a handbook that is intended to be used by either friars when preaching their sermons. Manuscript 1485 from the collection located in the Newberry Library in Chicago was in the possession of Sahagún and his group. It is not a manuscript that was intended for preaching, but a working copy that was commissioned by Sahagún himself in the late 1540s and subsequently corrected by himself and his collaborators in 1563. It is also likely that this manuscript was revised at some point by ecclesiastical authorities, since Sahagún expected these sermons to be eventually printed. In this manuscript, there are 57 sermons for Sundays throughout the year. The first 15 are the same ones for Advent and Christmas time. They were also copied in manuscript 1482 of the National Library of Mexico. Additionally, we see 7 sermons at the end of the manuscript that are for saints' feasts. They appear to be only the beginning of a now lost set for sermons for the entire calendar.
Preparamos del manuscrito 1485 de la colección Ayer, ya se
Currently,
encuentran
the edition of 1485 of the Ayer collection that we prepared in the project are already available for the public, and those of 1482, thanks to the translations. And the translations of 1482, we hope that they will be ready for next year. Finally, I will share with you an excerpt of one of Sahagún's sermons, in which we can appreciate from the beginning in 1540, when these sermons were written, Sahagún was interested in studying the practices of the Nahuatl people. Since that time, they worked with informants and Nahuatl intellectuals to do these writings and this research. If you do not do good, if you go idolizing, if you has as Teot, the sun, the moon, or the stone, the water, or the dead, or others who in ancient times were considered Teotel, Camachle, Tezcalipoca, or Katekolo, what you are doing is not good, is not right. And remember, perhaps you believed in something that long ago was done, perhaps in a manalitzli or divination through water, or the taplowalitzli divination through the Book of Days, or perhaps in the tetlaquilitzli, taking things out of people, or you believed in dreams, or in something that happened in your time or that front of you happened. If you saw it joyfully, you heard it joyfully, remember, well, how many times did you do so? For you sinned, for that you will confess, since you damaged the stone foundation, the house of your soul. I conclude, since these are texts that very few can have access to, projects in digital humanities such as the one I presented hope to bring valuable sources closer to different audiences in the sermons in Nahuatl language of the Novo Hispanic period, among those which written by Sagun and his group stand out. These will be useful for the study of the Nahuatl language and to understand the ideas, the mentality, the religious practices, daily life, translation, and intercultural negotiation in an environmental of colonization. Now, I just want to thank Getty Research Institute to participate in this meeting. I invite you to consult the Digital Florentine Codex and also to look up the developments and publications of projects about like Sermones in Mexicano that we are contributing to. We are also disseminating in free access and all the Nawa intellectuals and artists that collaborated with us. Thank you so much. Now I would like to give the floor to Xochitl Flores, who will speak now. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you for sharing all this work. Today, it is a pleasure to share the work that we are doing, the Teacher Project. Zapotec is one of the main linguistic families of Mexico. It has more than 1 million speakers. And within this language, there are more than 30 different Zapotec languages. Many of these are spoken in the United States. In LA, for example, there are over 250,000 speakers of some of these Zapotec languages. Ticha makes available manuscripts in Zapotec that were produced during colonial times. One of our main goals in this Ticha project is to work so that these digital resources are useful for Zapotec communities who are their inheritors of this historical material. Digital projects, such as the one we're listening to today, can help to facilitate connections between documents that are stored in archives around the world, scholars, and community members that can access these materials with their devices. In this image, we can see a workshop to read an available document in Ticha. We did this in Tacolula de Matamoros in Oaxaca in 2023. It was very moving for me to see these monuments of history and to see several generations of Zapotec speakers. And there were several elders that were able to participate and who were native of this language. In the second image, I show an outing that we did with the Ticha team to visit the General Archive of the state of Oaxaca. And as I say again, this is very intentional for some of the members of the communities. And as some of my colleagues said, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to access these spaces in which us academics are often. The TEACHA project is the result of several years of work. And as you've heard before, everything that it took in order to digitize the Florentine Codex, it is similar to these projects. When you visit the site, you'll see a very nice platform. It is available in English and Spanish. And this is within different networks of Zapotec philology. We have, for example, the digital version of the Spanish Zapotec dictionary that was a project promoted by the late Thomas Smith Stark and our colleague Michel Udic in the University of Mexico, I think, in UNAM. Also, there is SATNU, a project that also digitizes colonial documents that are in Oaxacan languages. And the seeds of TEACHA, I like that it started last century, the group, the Zapotecs group, and it started in 1999 when I was an undergrad student at UCLA. And you can see several people who are presenting today. Today, the TEACHA project is comprised by a diverse team that includes academics, librarians, programmers, graduate students, native Zapotec speaking communities. Here, you can see the different languages that are spoken in Oaxaca. You can see here, this is from 2007, but it's to give you a little bit of an idea of how diverse it is linguistically and culturally. In this project, we recognize that there's a very important history of the written stories of the Zapotec. For example, they tried to use the indigenous languages to Christianize. In the TEACHA project, there's some of these texts. You can look at them, they're digitized, and we have started to analyze some of them with the team. But also, there are some legal texts, such as testaments, or documents for sales, or other documents that some of the Zapotec people produced on the first. In the photo here, you can see one of the archives that I was able to study. This is what it looked like when I got there to my town in Tlacolula. There is a lack of resources and many things. This is what it looked like on the first picture. Thanks to the help of other youth that was doing their military service, they helped me to organize all the fragile documents that were colonial documents. We were able to reorganize because other people had tried to do it, including this colleague. Here, we can see Michel Ludic and a colleague. They were taking pictures to digitize these documents. And now I will speak a bit about the project TEACHA as a bridge. And what is it, what can we accomplish? TEACHA, the website, is a place where you can see different documents on how it was printed, or those that were printed in Zapotec language or those that were done by hand. You can see the bibliography where we compile different articles related to the colonial Zapotec of Oaxaca. There are different texts that have been written by different colleagues. we, at any moment of the analysis, at any stage of the analysis, we share the document. We take a long time to do this. For example, with the SAPO texts, we can take years to analyze these documents. When I participated, there were about 60 different documents, and it took a long time to revise, to edit. All this helps us to recognize the existence of these texts. It's really important for the community because we are making this visible, the written history of a language that often, or sometimes I do presentations in Oaxaca in the United States, and they say, Zapotec is a language? Is it written? And many don't know that it has been a written language since the 16th century. My colleague Felipe Lopez from the San Lucas community has been using these documents to confirm and recover words that were no longer used. We've also seen for Sabina and Eduardo de la Cruz, they have had a similar experience. During this work, we have seen that it's been a very valuable resource for the communities to be able to visit and use these resources to see that there are words that existed before and sometimes they have been forgotten. We work with Zapotecs. Altogether, we incorporate the preferences and needs of the community. This informs our priorities, including those such as the design of the web page. When you visit this page, you can see based on the comments and the feedback from the Zapotec community, we have written the years, etc. And as Sabina mentioned, it is really a sense of pride to see that Tlacolula or Sabina saw that the community was represented in these documents. It's really important. We designed this webpage to have a map as well to see the different regions. The names of the towns have changed since the colonial times. We take that all into consideration. This way, we can do research and take into consideration different pieces of information, and it helps the users when they're are curious and want to learn. For some of the texts, as I said, we have done some work. We analyze the kind of writing, and the way they used to write is very different during colonial times. Part of the job is to study this. Here we see a Zapotec speaker and studying and working with a doctorate student and looking at the manuscripts that were done during colonial times. It is also important to mention that many or some of the participants, we started to learn a language, a very basic language that is called XML. And my colleague Brooke helped me, taught me how to program, to be able to digitize this. You can see the results here. Here is a page of the Teacher's website. You can see the digital image and how we did all this writing. You can see the work that was done writing word by word doing this program. This way, we were able now, if you visit and you click on some of those words, you will see different linguistic notes. Sometimes there are some commentaries on the language and some information to give it a little more context to these documents. You can also see that this is available in the original Spanish from the 16th century. We have modernized it, just as Eduardo and Sabina spoke about. In this case, for Spanish, it is not that difficult, but it changes especially because of some of the abbreviations. So we modernized the Spanish, but you can see the original version. Now, I will speak about the collaboration with the community, which is one of our priorities. We see some of the workshops we did during the pandemic. Our plan was very different before the pandemic, but definitely part of our goal in this Teacher project is that it is a tool that is useful to the community.
We worked with Zapoteco speakers from different generations. In this case, we worked with Zapoteco speakers in the United States and in Oaxaca. To make this a reality and a useful exercise, we developed teaching material. This material is meant for secondary students or undergraduate students. So here you see that as part of this work, we carried out a series of workshops. Now we have 8 chapters available in our material. So this is just to provide more context to the resources that are available on our page on Teacher. We provide a short introduction and how to read this linguistical analysis. And I truly encourage you to check this out. You don't need to be Zapotec speakers. You can look at, for example, the chapter on the numbers. Eduardo and Sabina also spoke about this, and I thought it was extremely relevant. They mentioned the evolution of languages and linguistic displacement. And there are, of course, other chapters. I wrote a chapter on the intellectual and written legacy of the Zapotec. We have done everything possible to share this material with the community. Here we see an image of professors or teachers from a secondary school in San Juan, Guelavia. They gave us the permission to share this material with the students. So last summer, we printed out some of the chapters. We did these exercises and shared the material with the students at the school. A lot of students were able to participate because they were native Zapotec speakers, and a few of them knew a lot about the language because they speak this language at home, even if they don't feel as comfortable doing so. So here we see a little bit more about the work. It's not just one person working in isolation. This isn't something that can be done individually. It's a collective effort. This is a project that has gained momentum and that has been enriched by the work of colleagues in different places. So we were able to produce something that really makes us feel proud. It is such a joy to share this work. And we invite you all to please visit Ticha. And I would like to also make a call to institutions and to those in the academic world to always try to include the speakers of these languages. There are so many ways to do it. We've seen it today. We saw how native speakers were included in this work with the digital version of the Florentine Codex, and as well as in my presentation. So thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I truly appreciate it, and I will be available for any questions.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes and welcome. Bienvenidos to everyone. You know, I'm Jeanette Peterson, and my co-anchor is sitting next to me. I'm Lisa Souza. And we have the privilege and pleasure of eliciting some questions and hearing also from our audience around the world, really. So I just wanted to say that Sahagún said that the Florentine Codex was a tesoro, a treasury. And we have certainly come to appreciate that fact. But I think in addition, it has been such a catalyst for other digital projects on additional pictorial manuscripts. So in this afternoon session, we have gone beyond, in some ways, Nawa and the Florentine Codex in very exciting new directions. The two of us are going to be asking some questions of our four participants, and felicitaciones to all the ponentes. They were really excellent talks. I think we all learned a great deal from them. Let me just mention that our time is limited, so if you could confine your answers to a concise amount of time, that would be fully appreciated. Baltasar, I'd like to begin with you, please. Qué interesante ponencia. Gracias. You used a very interesting term to me, digital repatriation. Pues nos puede dar más detalles sobre la
Can you provide us more information on the importance of digital repatriation of historical documents for all countries, but especially for Mexico? Yes, well, I think that this is truly an appropriate term. We see these difficult situations that prevent the documents from returning to their country of origin. So we thought that at least we could share the document digitally, and this would be somewhat of a repatriation. Now we can look at these documents in Mexico. We have them on our computer screen. And for many people, for many students, specialists, it would be impossible to go see the document in person. And even if they were there, it might be difficult to see the document. So I think that we were able to reach this agreement with the library in the UK that has this codex, and we thought it was very apt to call it a digital repatriation. And I think that, fortunately, that continues. I think that when we look at the Florentine Codex and the fact that it is now available online, it will continue to be an exceptional tool to study the Nahua culture.
Stephanie, you have done such incredible work on the hieroglyphic, on a number of databases, and I'm always admiring of your technological expertise. But the avenues that it has opened up for new exploration in language and in culture are just remarkable. I wondered if you could comment on the boundaries between the phonetic component of a hieroglyph and its iconic or pictorial role. That is, when is a sign just a picture or a pictorial sign? And when does it become or also act as a phonetic element? Is that kind of a chicken and egg question? And is it all dependent on the context?
Well, from what we're seeing so far, and there are, several thousand glyphs now in this database, there are both what some people like to call pictography, examples of pictography, where what Gordon calls a logogram is an image represents a word, but it could be a word, it could be read by someone who speaks Zapotec, perhaps, that's not tied specifically to a language. It's not specifically phonetic. It represents like the shokoyoli, the plant, sorrel plant, if you recognize it, and actually if you look at photographs of it online, it has the red stems and the red outline of the leaves and that shape and everything. So it actually looks a lot like a sorrel, but so that's a logogram. That's not necessarily phonetic. But when you use the foot and the bell for shokoyol, then that's phonetic, because we're actually not talking in that place name about anything having to do with bells or feet. It's really just to get you to say shokoyoli, to name the plant. So they're using the phonetic in combination with the logographic to put it all together and to ensure the proper reading in Nahuatl. So that's where, when you get the phonetic parts, which is what my presentation emphasized today, a lot of phonetic syllables and so on, we know that it's tied to Nahuatl, because if you didn't know Nahuatl, you wouldn't be putting together what the meaning of that glyph is. You wouldn't read it correctly. So people say this is not really a writing system, but a writing system has to be at least partially phonetic and therefore language specific. And this one is. So I agree with Gordon Whitaker, who says that this is hieroglyphic, this is a writing system. And some people will say, no, it's pictography. But I think when they say that, they aren't as familiar with all of the phonetic signs. The sin and the tlan and the ko, these are all phonetic suffixes for place names. And if you don't know what a buttocks is, the symbol that gets you to, elicits the sin reverential ending. It has nothing to do with the rump, but, it's there on hundreds or thousands of words. These phonetic elements are just throughout the hieroglyphic system, even though they're not required, they're there. And, it became a shortcut method, I think, for the writers to use this and to get people to know that the reading is in Nahuatl. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, you did perfectly. Thank you.
Bueno, Berenice, gracias por su
Berenice, thank you so much for your presentation. Your presentation was so fruitful, and it was really interesting to see all of these aspects, including the content of the sermons. You said that the sermons dealt with aspects of daily life and the customs of the Nawa people. Can you provide us with some specific examples? Of course. Well, these sermons, in a different manner to other texts, give us this genre that was meant to interact directly with people. The purpose of these documents was to tell people how to behave, how to think, what to believe. So the preacher is always including aspects that relate to the daily life of the Nawa in the 16th century. We see how they lived, the family relationships that they had, the relationships between different genders, and the practices that they carried out. So throughout these texts, throughout the sermons, we see this information. So the sermons have been a genre that has been sort of left to the side. It's considered to be part of the Catholic culture, very dense, very difficult to access. But when we're looking at these teachings, we also see that this information is tied in. It's linguistic information about Nahuatl that the religious people have acquired and learned with the indigenous people. And we also see this information from the daily life. So we see that some sermons are addressed to the elite Nawa telling them how to behave as part of the nobility, and other sermons that are meant for the general public, how people behaved in their homes. And we see that the friars want to force or ask people to live in a different way. Thank you so much.
Your presentation really just brought home the importance of collaborating with Indigenous community partners in a substantial, meaningful, and respectful way. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how community interests or concerns may have shaped the development of the Ticha project.
Thank you for that question, Lisa. And so the community has been an absolute priority in our project because we understand from personal experience, in my case, what it's like to not have access to these documents or to this type of study. And so the community has always been a priority, and we've been very intentional in our visits to Oaxaca and in speaking to the potential users. We took note of the different situations. And so I'll give an example. Sometimes there's people with no internet connection. That's one example, right? That's quite frequent. So something that we did was we made all of the materials available in PDF format so that if there is a visit to a place that has Wi-Fi, they can download the individual pieces of our study. And that's the case for the Kaseiden Sain, which is the 8 chapters that give context to some of these, to the materials on Ticha. So that's one example that we knew that internet connectivity was an issue. So we made sure to have that PDF version available. But another one was the map. So in the Ticha website, when you visit, there is a section that gives you the option to search in different ways. The map has been of particular interest and something that came up immediately, because anytime we gave any of these workshops, people would say, is there a document from my community or from my region? Because we often explain that names have changed a lot since the colonial period. So the map became very central and one of the principal ways by which the younger generations are searching for their documents, because they can go to the map and at least go to, have a sense of where these documents were being produced in the 16th century and see if there's any connections that they can make with that, with those names and the names that are currently being used for the communities today. So those are 2 examples of the ways in which the community, the priorities of the community. First, is there a document from my place of origin, and then making sure that these the site, of course, people can access if they have any type of connectivity. But if they really want to take a moment and study some of the tools that we have on there, especially those chapters, they can download in PDF format. So that's just one way in which we did it. But then finally, these workshops that we've been holding over the course of 6 years have been a way to go to the community, ask what is needed, and then from there, see who's interested. A lot of the people in the workshops have been collaborators. So when you go to the Ticha website, you'll see a list of names from different communities who maybe attended a workshop and were very interested and showed and said that they wanted to continue working together. And we've made them part of the team in different ways.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I believe that we're just about out of time, and we were going to turn it over to Kim Richter to make final comments. Jeanette?
I was going to ask Baltazar one last question, but no más rápidamente Baltazar, pero es
very quickly, Baltazar. This is a question for you. Could you tell us a bit more about the benefits and advantages for digital technology when it comes to understanding the Mendoza Codex? Well, as Dr. Stephanie has said, the content of certain documents requires some basic understandings. For example, you may need to understand the language, or you may need to understand how this language was written during the pre-Hispanic time and later on how it evolved. So I think that in that regard, all digital projects really contribute. We have had this experience after several years. People are able to look at a transcription with this digital support, and they're able to access the content of these documents. So I believe that this can be used in schools, for example, and this way we can explain how these cultures existed, how they worked, the dynamics, and we can use those images from the codex. So I think that the digital versions have a very useful purpose when it comes to teaching the language that it's written in, whether it's Zapotec, Maya, or Nawa. Without a doubt, this type of initiative is quite positive for teaching.
It's too bad we don't have a lot more time to continue this conversation. I have a dozen other questions in my head, but thank you all for participating. It's been such a wonderfully rich experience.
And
Thank you.
can we turn it over to Kim now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your absolutely thrilling and inspiring presentations. I knew they would be, but it's still always exciting to hear the way that your projects and your work has progressed. So congratulations to all our colleagues. I really wanted to invite the speakers from this afternoon to show that what we're doing is part of a bigger community of scholars and Nahuatl speakers and Zapotec speakers who are trying to bring these resources into the public. So I'm so happy and excited to have heard from everybody. And thank you to Lisa and Jeanette for doing such a great job moderating the afternoon session. We're at the end of our event. Thank you so much for joining us today in the celebration of the launch and of our colleagues and their projects. And I just want to let you all know that this recording is going to be live on the GRI YouTube channel. It's also, the recording will be available in a few weeks or so, but it's immediately available on the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología e Historia YouTube channel because it's been streamed live. So you can catch it there if you want to see it again, or for anybody who's missed this. And other than that, I'm turning around to all my colleagues here. Thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget, November 4th, join us. If you're here in LA, there's a wonderful event, musical performance. This is next Saturday in the week, and we will have music and celebrate here in person up on the Getty Hill.